Stai per assistere gratis ad oltre 4 ore di Big Luca e Dan Kennedy. Sto parlando del nostro videocorso Pregiudizio, come manipolare i tuoi clienti. Un tempo disponibile solo per i nostri clienti, ora rilasciato pubblicamente. Un'autentica masterclass su manipolazione mentale, marketing e molto altro. Se ti aspetti che ti venderemo qualcosa alla fine, mi dispiace, non ti venderemo nulla. Metti via la carta e goditi la lezione.
Howdy, howdy. Welcome to the cave.
Thank you very much. So I was wondering if you could explain to us the role of mental manipulation in marketing.
So, like, the first thing about it is to understand that advertising, marketing, and even selling is manipulative by nature. To pretend otherwise is really kind of foolish, because other than base commodities that people buy because they have no choice. Got a baby, got to have diapers. Got a dog, got to have dog food. Right? But think of all the other stuff you got for the baby that you don't have to have. You choose to have it. And then think of all the stuff you have for the dog that you don't have to have, but you choose to have it. And then think of all of it that you don't buy the lowest priced, simplest version of it. Why? Because you buy for reasons other than functionality, right? So anything where the purchase is about anything more than base functionality, right? So I've paid a premium price for this glass because it has Mickey Mouse stuff on it, and I like Mickey Mouse. A glass, same glass with nothing on it would be cheaper, right? So I have been manipulated into paying for air, a premium price that I didn't have to pay for something to hold liquid for me to drink. And I've been manipulated by my affinity, grown over time, to Disney. Okay? So the same thing exists with everything. There's a base functionality only version of just about everything, which normally carries the lowest price, the lowest cost, and the lowest profit margin, by the way. And then there's all kind of other levels of that thing where price starts to become fungible and elastic, not tied to the commodity or the function. And the purchase becomes more about things other than function, all of which are driven by some version of psychological or emotional manipulation. If you didn't grow up in a culture where Mickey Mouse was a big deal, and you didn't grow up with an affinity to Disney, you would be harder to manipulate by Disney to pay an excess price for a Disney dog dish for the dog instead of an ordinary dog dish. So that's the first thing to know, is it's there. Whether you want to acknowledge it or not, whether you think that's good, bad, or indifferent, it is actually the way almost all advertising, marketing, and selling works. Therefore, your choice is never to do it or not to do it. Your choice is whether you're going to do it well or not, right? So since you're going to do it, you might as well really understand it, and you might as well make the psychology of it part of what it is that you do. The second thing to know, I think, is that it starts from the end, not the beginning. So the biggest single advertising and marketing mistake most people make is they're product focused. So they start with the thing and why you need this thing and what its features are. Oh, it's double insulated, so the stuff stays colder longer. And price and discounts, guarantees. That's like the default list of the ordinary marketer. The really savvy marketer starts at the other end of that whole process. What is this person? What do you really want that will affect your interests and buying behavior in a given category? Right? So you mentioned off camera the suite at the Mandarin with the motion activated toilet. The lid goes up and down and the seat goes up and down by itself. Right? Well, it doesn't really serve a functional purpose. Unless you have no arms, right? You're really perfectly capable of lifting the toilet seat for yourself. So why spend the extra, however much money it costs the Mandarin to put that in there? Well, because in the context of what people really want when they stay at a premium priced, high-end luxury property, is they want a unique experience and they want a take home with them cocktail party story to tell about that experience. So the features of that product are irrelevant. It was there also in the context of other non-functional things in the suite. You could probably find what you wanted to watch on TV by talking. You probably had a really great coffee maker and 500 varieties of coffee, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So that's manipulative, right? A box and a bed and a working toilet was really all you needed. The rest of it is about what you want, which is separated from the functionality of the product and what will make you happy and what will make you want to stay at a Mandarin hotel again and what will cause you to go home and tell people about
Like
the
I told
Mandarin
you,
hotel. Exactly. So Walt Disney always said that marketing is largely about doing what you do so well and so creatively that people can't resist telling others about you. So if your business is subject to word of mouth advertising, to referrals, to one customer influencing the other, you start with the objective of, I'm going to do certain things while the customer is in my universe, my presence, that will cause them to go tell others about me and the experience they had. In fact, they won't be able to not go tell people about me and the experience they had. And I want that to happen because it will cause another customer to occur. So you're manipulating from that objective into everything that you do. When we took our little tour, yes, this place is organized to be the most effective workspace for me that it can possibly be. But it is also organized under Walt's principle of do what you do so well and so creatively that people can't resist telling other people about you. So almost everybody who comes here and spends any amount of time, I have manipulated them into wanting to take pictures of things and post them on Instagram and take video and put it on YouTube and go tell somebody the story of the funny sign in the bathroom or the weird stuffed animals or the, whatever. Why? Because at the base level of the business, it drives book sales. Somebody now says, oh, that's all weird and interesting and odd. This Kennedy guy now interests me. I'll search him. Today's world, they're either going to search Google or they're going to search Amazon. Little known fact, 80% of all search activity that is about making a purchase goes through Amazon. It doesn't go through Google. Now, the vast majority of search goes through Google. But if you narrow it to search that directly leads to a purchase, Amazon owns the territory. So at the base level of my business, that manipulation now causes people to go to Amazon. And some of them buy a book and the game is afoot. At the higher level of the business, it interests somebody, a peer, so you do it, and now somebody like you may become a client, which is now a six-figure event for me. It's not a $12 event for me. But I'm very deliberately manipulating that process, right? The use of celebrities in advertising is very manipulative, right? It adds nothing of value to the product, and it doesn't really add anything to the explanation of the product. So the fact that Katy Perry or Justin Bieber were in my client's infomercials for Proactive, the acne treatment.
Yeah.
That is manipulating the teen to ask mom or dad to get the product.
Yeah.
And it is manipulating the teen to hopefully actually use the product when it arrives. But really, it's very manipulative, right? So the third thing to know is that manipulation, the same manipulation, can be evil or angelic, largely dependent on the advertiser's intent, the marketer's intent, the seller's intent, the legitimacy of the value of the thing being sold to that person. So it's not inherently bad or good any more than a knife is inherently bad or good. A knife is very good when we want to cut open a cantaloupe in order to eat cantaloupe for breakfast.
Yeah.
Because it's damnably hard to get a cantaloupe open by any means but having a knife. A knife's pretty evil if we want to cut somebody's head open in order to do them harm. It's not the knife. So the manipulation of a prospect, a customer, buyer, or patient, is neither inherently evil or inherently good. It depends, right?
Okay.
So all of that is important because your success has a great deal to do with how comfortable you are with what is required for maximum success. And because most people never get fully comfortable with the manipulative process as a inherent part of advertising, marketing, and selling, their own queasiness about it gets in their way of being effective with it. So they can learn a lot about it. You and I could teach them a lot about it. But if they're not past their discomfort with it,
Not going to use it.
they're not going to use it. That's exactly right, right? A gun has a self-defense device. Is more dangerous than not having a gun for the person who won't pull the trigger if and when the need arises.
Sure.
So giving a gun to my wife for to defend herself in this home when I'm not here is not only futile, it's dangerous. And it won't matter how much she learns about the gun and how to use it. You can take her to firing ranges from now until doomsday and have her shoot targets. And I know her. When a human being comes through the door and is marching toward her, she will hesitate and not pull that trigger. Likelihood, gun be taken away from her and used on her, right? Not a good answer to that problem. So the same thing with any tool. And psychological manipulation is part of the advertising, marketing, and selling process is the same. It's no good knowing it if you are not prepared to use it effectively. So 50% of this is about not what you know about manipulation. It's about how you think about and feel about using what you know about manipulation.
Okay. Because you see, a lot of my students, for example, will quickly point out that, well, you shouldn't need to manipulate people if your product is really good, if your service is really good, or both. So why would you ever manipulate? People just see the product, appreciate the value, and will come. Now, I know that it's not true, but just...
Now, so again, it is true only of the most basic commodities that people have no choice but to buy. Diapers for a baby.
Right.
Okay? If we're going to sell them anything but a basic cloth diaper that you dump out and launder, we are now going to engage in manipulation. Okay? It doesn't matter how much better the product is, that you don't have to dump it out and launder it, you can throw it out and it holds. But its virtues are manipulative because they are getting somebody to buy something for which a lower priced, simpler, more basic commodity, not to mention a more environmentally friendly commodity, would do. So the very features and benefits of Pampers, diapers that have Velcro tabs to keep them on, you don't have to use safety pins, and they absorb 4 times more liquid, yada, 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 yada. Those benefits themselves are manipulative because of what they are causing to happen. Now, furthermore, in many, many cases, very beneficial products are rarely bought. They are almost always sold because a story has to be told about them for you to appreciate them. Your skepticism about, okay, it's a good product, but I don't need it, it has to be overcome. So let's take security. So I'll give you a little story. Over there on the wall is a product called a heat detector. So almost all modern homes now have smoke detectors in them. The house comes with them. The smoke detector is a commodity item. You can buy it at you can buy it at Walmart.
Yeah.
Or any store like Walmart. Pretty cheap. They used to be very expensive, by the way. But now everybody kind of knows they should have a smoke detector. If they buy an old house that doesn't have them, most people will go, particularly if they have kids, they'll go and they'll get smoke detectors and they'll stick them up. Okay? Hardly anybody will go buy a heat detector. So I have to tell you the following information, which is the next time you're in a commercial building, a hotel, for example, go look at the sprinkler system which comes on to put out a fire. It's not powered by a smoke detector. It's powered by a heat detector, because roughly 60% of all fires reach the heat that will kill you before they generate enough smoke to set off a smoke detector. So that device on the wall over there is a home heat detector. It's the simplest, lowest tech device ever made, by the way, because it's basically a painted metal can with a tightly coiled big metal spring inside it, held in place by this head that detects heat. It is exactly the same head that is on a sprinkler system in a commercial building. So the next time you're in a commercial building, find one of the sprinkler things, look up, you're going to see this sprockety looking thing. When the heat hits a certain level, it pops off. In a commercial building, that triggers the entire sprinkler system into action. Here, if that pops off, it lets the spring unwind against the confines of the metal can, which makes a hell of a racket.
Right.
It makes a noise the neighbor would hear. Right? You really should have heat detectors in your homes. You won't find them on the shelf at Walmart because nobody goes and buys them. A salesperson has to sell it because they have to tell you what I just told you. They also have to convince you that you could have a home fire any night. And that requires some manipulation. People tend to buy fire alarms after there's been a fire in the neighborhood. They tend to buy burglar alarms after there's been a burglary in the neighborhood. So they are being manipulated into a purchase that they will not make on their own, but that is extremely beneficial. Life insurance is a product that fewer than 10% of the people proactively go buy. Nobody thinks they're going to die tomorrow. I can get around to it whenever.
Yeah.
I'm young. I'm healthy. I don't want to pay for life insurance because I don't benefit from it. Only people benefit from it after I die, etc. So life insurance has to be sold. And it can't be sold just on its factual benefits. It's an emotional purchase. It's about how you feel about those you will leave behind. Okay? So what happens if I keel over with a heart attack today to the dog? Do I care? Do I think about it without somebody getting me to think about it? And then, do I have insurance in place that either makes the dog or its guardian the beneficiary, or that is part of my total life insurance package, and the will has certain instructions that must be followed for the care of the dog? Well, this is an emotional decision. It's a dog, right? The functional, practical answer is owner's dead, dog goes to the pound. It's a dog. But no, not to me, right? So the idea that people are going to do the best things for themselves on their own is belied by how many unhealthy fat people there are. It's belied by how many people smoke. It's et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The idea that because a product is great, that everybody is going to go buy it of their own initiative and volition, or purely based on its facts is belied really by the same situation. There's foods that don't make you fat. There's foods that contribute to your health. The facts about these are fairly well known. However, the vast majority of the people, so McDonald's
Yeah.
has on 4 different occasions in the past 20 years put salads into their product line. And they have put Happy Meals for the kids that don't have French fries, they have carrot sticks. They don't have a cookie, they have apple slices, etc. Everybody knows that's the better product for me. It's certainly the better product for my kid than the Happy Meal with the cheeseburgers, the fries, and the 2 chocolate chip cookies. But what product do 90% of the people buy? The bad product. They don't buy the good product. And McDonald's has stopped these things on 4 different occasions because they can't even sell enough of them to justify having them. People won't buy them. They have to be manipulated into going on a healthy diet, staying on a healthy diet, keeping their kid on a healthy diet. Doctors have to be manipulative salespeople to actually get compliance. So this idea you voiced, that is the main objection, to the use of psychological and emotional manipulation in advertising and marketing is an utterly false idea. And so all it does is deprive people of the better product or service or provider when that provider is timid about the use of manipulation.
Because you don't push the better product, even if you have it. And by the way, this leads me to the second or third question, which is, a lot of my students say, I am new and I want to start like a coaching program, or I want to sell information, or I'm a pediatrician or a lawyer and I want to start advertising what I do. I don't have any credibility. And since they deeply believe that the quality of the product, is the king, they say, well, how the hell am I going to advertise myself if I cannot show quality? But then again, we know that that is not true. There are ways to build that authority, that credibility. And people, as you said, don't stick with the product and they don't look the product just for quality. There is something else involved. So can you?
Sure. So in our category, particularly, of information,
Yeah.
education, advice, consulting, coaching.
Guru business, as I call
The
it.
guru business. So in that category, as with other things, but in that category, people have certain outcomes they want. And they are far more concerned with those outcomes than they are how old or young you are, how experienced you are in the business. So if you're going to go get heart surgery, you will probably have a fairly high level of concern about the credibility of the surgeon and the medical institution of which he is a part. How many operations has this guy done? I really don't want to be the first. All right. What's his efficacy rate? How many people live?
Yeah.
Et cetera, et cetera. You may well have a high level of concern there.
Yeah.
If you're going to buy a business solution, something that is going to help you sell more goods, or you're going to buy a personal development solution, something that is going to enable you to communicate more effectively, you are far less concerned.
Oh yeah.
It ain't life or death, right? So you are totally focused on the outcome. Right? As a result of this 3-day seminar, am I going to go in a shy and timid person and come out a confident and assertive person? As a result of this software, am I going to be better organized, right? You're really focused on the outcome. Therefore, believability is more important than credibility. So credibility is, in a sense, classic. It is about traditional markers. How many years have you been in business? This is the third generation. Grandpa started the company, Dad ran the company, now I run the company. We've been serving the community for 103 years. Traditional stuff. There's a brick and mortar building. So the internet has had its effect on all this. People do banking with banks, and there's no bank.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
You don't go there. There's no people to see. And in reality, it could have been started yesterday, and in some cases has been.
You
Right?
don't know that.
So the internet has contributed to this a lot. So the classic credibility markers, experience, years, track record, numbers of customers, 100,000 people served. In our world, that takes a backseat to believability. Here's the outcome I want. Has this person persuaded me that they can deliver it or help me get it? And are my risks of finding out through an experience nominal or reversed by guarantee? So if you come across effectively, persuasively, believably, if you have nothing but your own transformation story, I was broke, now I'm rich by virtue of discovering this secret and using it. I was fat, now I'm thin by virtue of having discovered and using this methodology. I was completely inept with women. Now I know how to attract women to me and talk to them and create a relationship with them by virtue of these 5 techniques. If you are persuasive and you have nothing but your own success story, you actually get to compete on a level field with somebody who may have 10,000 customers who have used that system. Media facilitates this, right? So media bestows upon us a trustworthiness, a patina of importance that is frankly somewhat false, because all the gatekeepers are gone and all the barriers to entry to media have disappeared. So pre-internet, if you were going to become a guru of X, you had a very limited number of media options by which to make yourself known as a authority, an expert, a guru in that category. You had print media, magazines and newspapers. You had television. You had radio. And I pretty much described now the media landscape. The gatekeepers were very strong. Supply and demand favored the media ton of people wanting it, only a little of it to dole out. So you're going to be on a talk show, you're going to get on Oprah. Well, Oprah only does, or did, maybe 450, 200 shows a year. In most cases, one guest. So you got 6 bazillion people who want to be gurus and have the exposure, and you only got 200 slots, right? So now you have this whole gatekeeper community, PR agents, literary agents. You need representation. You need to know somebody who knows somebody who can get you through the back door. It's a very constrained place. Now, it still exists, and it's still important. However, think of what has happened around it with the internet. YouTube, just as one example, YouTube fundamentally has no gatekeepers, and it has a very low barrier to entry. You can shoot product to put up on YouTube exactly the way we're shooting this.
Yeah.
You need one guy who knows what he's doing with a video camera and a couple of lights, and bingo, you're good to go.
Yeah.
Right? Facebook Live, you don't even edit. You do it and you upload it. And you're in media, and you're in media that matters to people. Third factor about this is that it's very age sensitive. So customers who are 60 years of age and up are very married to old media and completely distrustful of new media. So they're not going to bank with a bank that's not a bank that they can go drive to and pull up in a parking lot and get out and walk into a building. It's not happening. And they're not going to equate your YouTube channel and your podcast to you being interviewed on Oprah, Larry King, CNN, Fox Business News.
CNBC.
They're not going to make that moral equivalency, if you will. At 50 and up, they're still not going to make it, but it's closer. You get to 40 and below, this now is nearly just a mishmash. One is no more powerful than the other. So in a fairly short period of time, you can present yourself and manufacture your own authority, your own celebrity, your own story, claim to fame, and your own demonstration. And you can literally have no classic credibility and not really have it matter. So early on with Tony Robbins, who presumably everybody watching us would know. So Tony was doing very small seminars on his own when my client, Guthrie Renker, basically found him through auditions for testimonials for the Think and Grow Rich TV infomercial in 1987. And then shortly thereafter, we did Personal Power One, the first Tony show, which really established him in this market by virtue of being seen on TV constantly. Media buy quickly went to about $1 million a week, running the original half-hour show. So you really could not sit and click around the dial, which people did in the 1990s. Certainly late at night or on weekends, and not be bumping in to Personal Power. So media. Secondly, Tony's very effective in media. Right? and got more and more polished as time went on. But he's a very effective storyteller
Great salesman.
and presenter and a great salesman. Third, of course, the outcomes being promised. Very powerful. And the trappings put around him. Very powerful. Castle, helicopter, paid celebrity testimonials. Credibility? Zero. And I don't mean that negatively. I mean it factually. And there was a lot of screaming, for example, from the psychology and psychiatry and academic communities. Still is. But early on, there was a lot because this guy is maybe could harm people. He has no relevant college degree. He has no relevant license. He has no relevant experience. It's not like he's worked in a counseling center for years. He has his story. I was broke. I washed my dishes in the bathtub. Yada yada yada. Right. So he's got his story. He's growing some testimonials from his own seminar work. But in terms of classic credibility, zero. Did it matter? Zero. Now, did some people not buy because of it? Sure. I'm sure. Somebody went, oh, this is crap, right? But that doesn't matter either. Our non-buyers don't matter to us. Our buyers matter to us. So to start momentum, you can have zero credibility and you can use the other elements. Create an authority. Write a book.
Right.
Do seminars. Speak. Create a podcast. Create a YouTube channel. Have a good website of your own in case people find you. Do a book so if they look at Amazon, you're there. Right? All of the classic credibility now doesn't matter much. So in one of my professions as a advertising and marketing consultant, 40 years, I mostly like to work with you, entrepreneurs. But I have done a fair amount of work with what I call big dumb corporations. Mass Mutual Insurance, which is one of the largest American insurance companies, New York Life, one of the largest, Lutheran Brotherhood, which is one of the largest fraternal insurance companies in financial service, Weight Watchers International, in diet and health, Miracle Ear in the hearing aid business, one of the two biggest companies in the hearing aid business in the United States, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In all of that, and in the entire 40 years, I have had 4 people ask because they cared about what college I graduated from, what degree I had, the assumptive question of where did you get your PhD? 4. And keep in mind, I started in this business 45 years ago. So I'm 64 this year. So deduct 45 years, and I was a young guy selling essentially to people much older than I, richer than I, etc. I've been asked 4 times. Right? And of the 4 times I've been asked, only one actually then interfered with doing business. Right? It was easily made to go away. I'm a high school graduate. The only time I've set foot on a college campus is to do consulting work or to speak.
Yeah.
I've never even taken a college class, let
Oh, good for
alone
you.
let alone
I
have,
did. You didn't miss anything.
let alone have a degree. But my point is, see, that's classic credibility. And most people would have all their college diplomas and stuff, up on the wall of their professional office. I have a client right now who is in the wealth management field for people with 20 million or more in assets created by a liquidity event, by having built and sold a company.
Yeah.
We have found initially to his resistance over the last 5 years that the less we engage in credibility talk, meaning years of experience, amount of money under management, number of clients, and the more we engage in storytelling about him so that people find points of affinity, the better he does. Now, you can make a case it shouldn't work that way. See, one of the important things to understand is that people get to trust for all the wrong reasons. Okay? So, even back to our heart surgeon, you will be more likely not to ask a ton of questions of your heart surgeon if he is ensconced at Cleveland Clinic or the Mayo Clinic than if he is at a small independent hospital, because of the halo effect of Cleveland Clinic. But that's illusory. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not reality.
It's not real.
Right? So you can create your own halo effect,
Yeah.
and you can tie it to it being manipulative. So the very fact, for example, that for the last 30 years, almost every new client has to travel to me. I won't put attaché case in hand and go to them. They have to come to me. They often have to wait 2 or 3 months to book an initial day. They have to pay. Then they have to come to me, and it's inconvenient.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm not in New York. Okay? I'm in no man's land between Cleveland and Akron, Ohio. So it's not really convenient. And all of that. It is, I do it principally because of lifestyle. And because I can. But principally lifestyle. I don't want to travel. And I want to sleep in my own bed. And I want to be as productive as possible. So even on non-writing days, I write for an hour every morning as a discipline. So you were arriving at 8 today, and I lose the rest of the day to you. But I was up at 6, and I wrote from 6:45 to 7:45. I couldn't do that as a practical matter if I was coming to you. I want to race my horses. Every night we have race nights. So I'll be done with you at 4. I'll be at the track by 5 o'clock. So that's lifestyle stuff. However, contrary to what most people would think, it also serves a manipulative purpose. By the time somebody has jumped through those hoops to come to me, by the time they are here for a day, and 3/4 of that day is going to be diagnostic. What's going on in your business? What do you want to accomplish? What do you think you want to accomplish? What should you want to accomplish? Why aren't you already there? what needs to happen. And then the last part is prescriptive recommendations. Here's what you need to go do. And when the question becomes, what of that, Dan, can you do, will you do for me? They are extremely unlikely to leave this space not having accepted my prescription and written a check. Because to have gone through everything they went through to get here and then to go home empty-handed is to leave, go across country through great travail on a hunt and come home 3 days later with no beast to cook and eat, right? It's extremely disappointing and frustrating. It's much easier if I've packed up my little attaché case, gotten on an airplane, flown to their office in bumfuck Indiana, and come there and essentially been a salesman. It's much easier for them to end that day, send me packing, and not do anything. So it serves a manipulative purpose. No secret, by the way. I don't hide it. I just described it.
Yeah, and I can personally attest to that. I mean,
But-
negotiating with you via fax is not really convenient. So at the first fax, you're like, okay, let's do this. Let's not go back and forth with this thing. Or even, I mean, I come to you from Dubai. It is 27 and a half hours in the air, which even if you fly first class, it's
miserable.
2 stops.
It gives me the heebie-jeebies just hearing about it, I mean, so to go home from that empty-handed, see, it's frustration beyond.
It's like a
yeah. So this now creates its own halo effect, right? So I now have all the credibility you would want, all the classic markers, 40 plus years, ton of clients, big success stories, testimonials, all that. But I didn't have that 40 years ago. And I marketed myself as the same expert, the same advice giver, the same copywriter to be paid.
Okay.
And so you can make up for that. So everybody feels underqualified early. However, the important thing is what result can you produce. That's what's important, right? And so John Francis Tighe, Tighe, famous copywriter. I believe John coined the phrase, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. And so you are of immense value to somebody if they're blind to something and you can see it. You don't have to be 1,000 times smarter than they are to be valuable to them. You don't have to be 1,000 times more experienced to be valuable to them. You just have to be able to see something they don't see, to know something they don't know. My longtime client, Guthrie Ranker, who I worked with in 1987 for the first time on the Think and Grow Rich infomercial. Over time, these guys have built a very big company and they've gotten very rich. They just sold one part of the company 2 years ago for $1.6 billion.
Wow.
Billion.
With a B.
And I mean, I knew them well. And so they are far richer than I. That does not preclude, and they are extremely successful and they're extremely smart. That does not preclude them from paying me in order to provide advice about certain things, because they can't have the depth of knowledge about 3 or 4 things, because they need to have broad knowledge about 30 and 40 and 50 things. So the guru gets to do deep work about something that now makes him valuable from the very beginning to somebody and it has nothing to do with classic credibility, right? The fact that so what my very first, one of my very first training and consulting clients, a company for whom I built sales training for their salespeople, and I consulted with them on their market. I knew about A/B choice. So I had learned it 15, 16, maybe 14 years old, early selling. The Elmer Letterman story about during the Depression in America at the soda fountain counter in order to boost transaction size. When you ordered a milkshake, the sales script was, would you like that made with 1 egg or 2? And 25% of people chose the best thing, 2, which boosted the price of the milkshake. In more sophisticated selling environments, what it tends to do is shift from a yes or no to a either or. Almost 90% of the people presented with an either or will choose one.
Right.
Okay? So if you say to your kid, would you rather wait till the weekend to clean up your room, or would you like to go do it now and then you can have ice cream? The kid won't say, I'm not going to clean up my room. He'll pick one of the two. Okay? So I understand A/B choice. I learned it very early. It isn't rocket science, right? I just described it. Everybody got it.
Yeah.
Okay? That doesn't mean they apply it, though. Everybody got it. So this company I consulted with, it's a company called Brookside Laboratories, and they sell soil analysis services to farmers. That means they go to a farm, they sell you, Mr. Farmer, on making your farm more fertile and productive for the crops that you grow. They take soil samples all around a farm. They go back to the lab, they analyze the soil, and they create a color-coded map, micro-territoried, telling you what fertilizers and nutrients need to go here, what fertilizer and nutrients need to go here, etc., etc., etc. So they sell you this service. And at the time, a full sales presentation, they would close 1 out of every 4 presentations. 3 would say, no, maybe I'll do it next season, I can't afford it, etc., etc. It's all the stuff you would hear selling anything. I taught him A/B. I didn't tell him the Elmer Letterman milkshake story. I made it a little more mystical. But I mean, I taught him A/B. I said, instead of putting one plan in front of everybody, put 2 plans. Here's the basic plan, and we can do this, 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 and this. And you'll know this, 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 and this. Or here's the B plan, the premium plan. It costs this much more, and you'll know everything here, plus these 5 additional things. Plus we'll do follow-up, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Close rate went, same salespeople, same presentation. I didn't make anybody better. I didn't change the front end advertising that got, I did nothing except switch the close to AV. Close rate went from 25% to 40%. And the average transaction increased by almost 50%
Because of the second
because
option.
of the
Yeah.
blend of the pricing. Now, I didn't do rocket science there. I didn't know anything that a lot of salespeople don't know. They didn't know it. And the ones who did know it had never, oh yeah, I knew that,
Yeah.
but I wasn't
Apply that.
applying
Yeah.
it, right? So being a guru with limited experience, with limited classic credibility, is made up for by who you choose to be a guru to. And if they're blind and you have one good eye, you're king to them. And you can be genuinely valuable to them. While to another audience, you would be maybe laughed out of the room. And then you grow your expertise and your classic credibility as you go along. But information has its value based on what they don't know, not on how much you know, how long you've known it, how many times you've applied it, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah. So one question is that, people tell me I feel like a fraud when I start out. I don't have anything going for me. I understand that because a lot of people try to lean on results, which they don't have. So they say, well, I don't have the confidence to do anything because I don't have results. I explain to them, people are not looking for results anyway. They want the experience. They want all the good stuff you just talked about. But I had this question coming from my students, and I'm curious for you
Well,
to comment on that. I mean,
so the best answer is take the time to grow legitimate success with that which you want to teach. You can be a fat doctor who smokes, but it's much better to be a fat doctor who smokes, who is now a thin, healthy doctor who doesn't smoke. That's better.
right.
It would only take you 6 months to put yourself in that position. The same thing's really true of just about anything you would want to be a guru about. So the best answer is establish some legitimacy. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to go beyond your own experience and your own story, but establish some legitimacy, right? Gary Halbert, a great copywriter, always used to say about me that if you had two choices, me or, and now a long list of other professional copywriters, you should choose Kennedy because from the very beginning, he also writes copy for himself and his own projects, and he puts his money where his mouth is and gets results. Well, I did that before I had any clients. So now I didn't wait 10 years, right? I didn't obsess over it, but I knew I could get results because I got results. And I could demonstrate that I could get results. So that's the best answer. The second answer tied to it is value is in the eye or experience of the beholder. Right? So it is about what they want and value, not really about anything else. Look, there have always been, and there are, so look, the basis of Tony's personal growth methodology is neuro-linguistic programming, which comes from two guys, Bandler and
Yeah.
Greenler. Right? Tony didn't invent it, any of it. He learned it and then turned around and taught it. Our industry has always had what I call book reporters. So Earl Nightingale,
Yeah.
one of the grand old men, the deans of the self-improvement success business. We could go back into my office and we could find the Earl Nightingale shelf. The entire Nightingale Conant empire was built around Earl. And Earl became famous as a motivator, a personal growth educator, a success educator. Here's how success works. His original product was a 1-hour speech on a record, then on cassette, now on CD, called The Strangest Secret, way predating the Rhonda Byrne secret, if
Oh, yeah.
people are familiar with it. So what was Earl's real credibility? Earl was a radio broadcaster, an ordinary radio broadcaster, news, sports, etc., with a great voice. He was hired by Success Motivation Institute to voice the audiobook of Think and Grow Rich. That was his first exposure to any success education. And like many people when they first discover it, Earl went, hey, wow, there's something here, right? There's a methodology to this. People can actually be taught how to succeed and can learn how to succeed. This is pretty cool. So then he became a student, a researcher, and he organized from other material a set of principles, just as Hill had done. That became the Strangest Secret talk. That then led to the Lead the Field course. He found a business partner who understood mail order, Lloyd Conant. They generated leads initially just from Earl's radio show. People could request the Strangest Secret.
Yeah.
And then they got marketed to the course. Earl had no success story. It's not like he had used this to build a big company. It's not like, none of that, right? He had no traditional credibility. Again, it's not like he went to the University of Chicago and got a degree in psychology or a degree in salesmanship or whatever, right? But does that make him any less valuable to the very first person who heard his rendition, his Strangest Secret talk, right? And got the connection between initiative, responsibility, resilience, perseverance, etc., and results in life, and understood them as a result of hearing Earl. So was Earl a fraud? No. Earl was, at the time, little more than a great book reporter, a great assembler and presenter of useful information. Does that make him fraudulent? No. Now, if he made fraudulent claims about what he was, that would be fraudulent. But he didn't, and he didn't have to, right? Because by hearing him, you discovered, as I did. So Earl's one of the very first that I ever heard. And at a time when our family was broke, and therefore I was broke, and so forth. And Earl said, it's either in The Strangest Secret or it's in tape 1 of Lead the Field. I now forget. But Earl's major point was the majority is always wrong, particularly about money. So if you aren't sure about what to do, look at what everybody else is doing and don't do that. That's a big start in the right direction. Right? Well, no one had ever said that to me before. And it rang the loudest bell imaginable at the time. Because most people try and succeed by doing what they see everybody else doing, just incrementally better,
Yeah.
not turning their back on all of it
Yeah.
and saying that has to be wrong just because the majority does it. Okay? And I'll look for the road less traveled. So Earl's lack of credibility was quite irrelevant to me and had no impact whatsoever on the value that I derived from Earl. The information, the idea was valuable irrespective of who delivered it and irrespective of what their own story about it was. Now, Earl subsequently, because he came to believe this stuff, in order to liberate himself from the manual labor of radio, he bought an insurance agency in Chicago and applied what he knew to sales training and motivation for the insurance agents and built up a successful agency and sold it. But that was after the fact. It wasn't before the fact. So, see, when someone feels no one's going to be very successful if they feel like a fake.
Yeah.
The old fake it till you make it, see, is a bad idea because it doesn't really address this inner game. Right? It actually makes the feeling worse. So the guru who somehow runs up all his credit cards and buys a big fancy car and rents a big fancy house that he can't afford, and et cetera, to fake it till he makes it. He actually makes this worse, not better, because he feels even more like a fraud. So it is how you feel about it that matters. Right?
Okay.
And so you have to understand that the information you are delivering or the ideas you are delivering or the fresh eyes you are bringing to a situation is valuable. And if it is valuable, there's no fraud involved in you being the deliverer.
Of it.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Yeah.
So you can literally start as a really good book reporter, as a really good compiler and organizer of information that is useful to people. The first niche that I did a lot of work in was with chiropractors. I've never been a chiropractor. I've never run a chiropractic practice. I actually could do everything in a chiropractic practice except actually give you an adjustment. And I could do that better than some chiropractors. But at the time, no. But I didn't need. Now, a lot of people promoting themselves as practice building gurus at the time were all chiropractors who their claim to fame was, I built this hugely successful practice. and now I'll show you how to use my methods, which is fine. I obviously didn't have that. The problem with that model, by the way, is it's pretty constrained and myopic. So Dr. Smith, who's been hugely successful, his way is now trying to force fit everybody else
Which is a real
into
problem.
his way, right? So there's space for a different approach, which was mine. Full admission. I'm not one of you. I've never been one of you. Right? However, I am a marketing professional. And I understand certain things you don't, and even many highly successful chiropractors don't, about how to do lead generation advertising instead of come into the office advertising, how to do info first advertising, I know 5 things you don't know, all of which are really useful to you. I'll teach you those. I'm not a fraud. In fact, I was fully transparent. Okay? The information itself had enormous
Sound.
value, to the point that very quickly the 3 top gurus in the industry, each with a large, what we would today call a coaching program, with 1 to 5,000 doctors in their coaching program, they all hired me to come speak to their docs, because they freely admitted, you know stuff we don't know, right? So that's not fraud. So you have to come to an understanding with yourself about what you are now. That doesn't define what you are 3 years from now or 5 years from now. What you are now, what you bring to the table, the audience it's appropriate for, about a blind audience with which you have one working eye, and where you can present yourself in a embellished but authentic and legitimate way, and have your ideas, your information, your counsel have legitimate value. And you have to come to that whole understanding with yourself so that you do not, in any way, shape, or form, feel like a fraud, and you are not committing fraud.
Which leads us to another question. You're very big about reprogramming your mind, and I am very big about that as well. So what kind of devices or even exercises can you do to adjust these feelings that we just talked about in order to bring you to the realization that yes, you can go ahead and be less timid about who you are and just push progress?
Yeah, so it's not given enough importance. People want to focus on the external, not the internal, the outer game, not the inner game. So they want the script, the sales script. They want the magic red button for the website. They want the 5-step formula to do a product launch with, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, that's external stuff. That's outer game stuff. The effectiveness at playing the outer game is dramatically affected by the inner game. Now, athletes and coaches really understand this. Now, it really took root in the 60s, and Maxwell Maltz psychocybernetics was a leading driver of it taking root in the 60s. And the pro sports and the Olympic sports teams and athletes were quicker to take to it and it became its own genre, sports psychology, than was the business world. But it is nonetheless just as important there. Today, most pro athletes have their own sports psychologists, personal coaches, etc. Teams have them. They go to off-season, not just physical conditioning places, but mental conditioning places. Everybody understands that there are people in every sport with the physical talent to play it who can never master the inner game. They can't master the mental, emotional game. There's a movie with Kevin Costner called Tin Cup about the golfer with enormous talent who can beat anybody for money until he gets in a tournament, and then he falls apart. And I knew a real life Tin Cup. So they exist in every sport. The phenom quarterback who comes out of college and never makes it in the pros is largely about the inner game, not the outer game. He could never adjust to the higher level of pressure of the pro game. So it's very, very important. To answer your micro question, there's two things that you can do that are constructive. One, which is not really what you were looking for, so I'll get there. But one is to reframe your attitude, your assessment of how much smarter, quicker, better everybody else is. Jake Steinfeld, the guy that created Body by Jake, who started out as a personal trainer. The title of Jake's book is, I've seen a lot of people naked and they've got nothing on you. Okay? His point being, everybody feels inadequate compared to this, right? I mean, so like I started out doing business with people 20 years older than I was, significantly richer than I was, with success, with companies, and I'm selling advice to them, not very specific advice, but I quickly became less and less impressed. I came to the conclusion that bigger zeros in a bank balance are not necessarily the equivalent of bigger IQ, bigger intelligence, right? In 1977, I really kind of hung out the shingle and focused on professional speaking. I lived in Phoenix at the time. And I ground out a little bit better than $100,000 in income, very primitively, literally cold calling real estate companies and car dealerships and any place where salespeople gathered, saying, let me come speak to your salespeople. I'll speak for free.
Yeah.
I then sold tickets to my own seminar every 6 weeks. And there I sold a very primitive version of a coaching program. By today's standards, we would look at all this and laugh. But I didn't know any better. And I ground out $100,000.
Which was serious money at the
in
time.
income, which in 1978,
Yeah, it was a lot of money.
yeah. But I now am on my way to the National Speakers Association conference. Now to go find out how to do this smart instead of stupid. Because I know I'm doing it stupid, right? I know this is primitive. I just haven't slowed down long enough to figure out. And so I'm going to go, and all the pros are there. Zig Ziglar, Tom Hopkins, everybody Jim Rohn, everybody
Yeah.
we would know of that era. The guy's 10 years ahead of me in the business, with the exception of Tommy. Tommy and I are the same age. And a bunch of other pros that not really famous, but famous in the world of speaking. And so I'm going to find out now how to do this smart. By the end of the first day, I'm sitting at my room horribly depressed because I have discovered something I expected to discover and something I did not expect to discover. The thing I discovered, not even really discovered, verified, was that I wasn't really a very good speaker. Almost everybody was a better speaker than I was. They were better at the performance art of it, if you will. But the thing I discovered that I did not expect to discover is none of them knew how to make money. None of them really had any grasp on the business of speaking. And in fact, during the day, if I revealed, I'm here because I really have only had 1 year where this was my thing. I've only made $100,000, and I've done it kind of primitively. So I've come here to find out how to make a lot more money, like $1 million a year, not $100,000 a year, and to do this smart, not stupid. And pretty much everybody wanted to quiz me on how I made 100. Okay. So I'm up in the room horribly depressed by this discovery, right? By the next morning, I'm no longer depressed. I'm motivated. Okay? Because if these buffoons are making money and are famous and are successful in this field and looked up to by everybody in this field, as completely ignorant and feckless as they are about advertising, marketing, structuring programs, pricing, all the stuff I knew. Well, I can fix the not being a very good speaker a whole lot easier than they can fix their ignorance. I can fix that if I want to, right? But man, oh man, with what I know about all that other stuff, by the time I got home, I was not only excited about that, but I convinced myself I should be in the business of telling these people what they don't know,
Yeah.
right? So with no more progress than what I had gone there with, I immediately started a newsletter for speakers. I got in the information business for speakers, and began marketing a newsletter called Marketing Your Services. Not talking about the art of performance at all, but how do you monetize this in some sensible way that it's not just a job, which is really what most of them had. They just weren't prepared to admit it. So the first thing you can do for yourself is disabuse yourself of the idea that everybody else is smarter, quicker, stronger, etc. than you are, right? Because you are, in a sense, suppressing your self-image and suppressing your self-confidence by false and assumed comparison.
Yeah.
Now, on the other side, you can do deliberate reprogramming and programming. And there are psychological techniques for that. Affirmation, visualization, what Maltz called theater of the mind, mental rehearsal. Again, the sports world figured that out long before there was tech simulators. Flight simulators were there first, primitive, but the military had battle and flight
That's right.
simulators. Now the sports world has that, of course, on a highly sophisticated level. But they found out before that you actually could do mental rehearsal. There's a classic case, Maltz talks about it in Psychocybernetics, of players who, of equivalent caliber, split test essentially, half practice foul shots every day for 2 hours, half sat in a room and mentally visualized making perfect foul shots every day for 2 hours. And at the end of 2 weeks, the efficacy was virtually identical. The improvement
Yeah.
statistically was virtually identical. So mental rehearsal is a technique that can change how you actually perform, thereby looping back to affecting your confidence about how you are going to perform. Right? So there's theater of the mind, versions of visualization. There's versions of affirmation, your self-talk with yourself. Most people's self-talk is
Oh, yeah.
miserably unproductive, right? And can be made productive. You can script the conversations you have with yourself about X, right? There's well, there's a variety of these techniques. There's things we talked about earlier this morning about whether you put yourself in a success environment, a success conducive environment, or a failure conducive environment, right? You automatically have more confidence when you place yourself in a success conducive environment. Whether you're a serious student, whether you actually know stuff, whether you are learning stuff and know stuff, or you are winging it, matters, right? Psychological triggers, visuals around you matter. So there's a whole host of things that you can use for all sorts of specific applications. So most people, for example, have very negative and limiting ideas about money and prosperity and wealth, because most people have not come from
Wealthy family.
an environment, right? So what they heard at the top of the stairs and everything thereafter. So I had kind of a relatively unique experience in that I had Kiyosaki's story of,
Rich dad, poor dad.
yeah. So I had Rich Dad, Poor Dad, One Dad. So as a young child, we were very affluent by entrepreneurship, by my parents' own business. And 19, so the year Kennedy got elected, 1963, from their business, Dad's taxable income was $200,000. That's 1963.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. Then I had Poor Dad for a variety of decisions that are a longer story than literally broke. So my preteen and teen years were with a poor dad. But I had had the rich dad. I had heard the good stuff at the top of the stairs. I had been given Earl Nightingale to listen to, etc. Most people only have poor dad. Okay? Doesn't make him a bad dad, by the way. It just makes him a really bad influence about your attitudes about money, right? So a lot of entrepreneurs and marketers need reprogramming about their attitudes about money. Some people have ingrained, embedded, really negative attitudes about selling
Oh
and
yeah,
about
that's a biggie.
salespeople,
That's a biggie.
right? And so if you're going to be rich, if you're going to be influential, you are going to get over that stuff. And there's a regimen of things that you can do to help yourself with it. They're the same. It's just what do you apply them to, right? So I have embedded in my inner game that I am no good whatsoever, completely inept at home repair. So my affirmation, I can't drive a nail straight to save my life. Okay? Therefore, like all of this was put up by our handyman. Now, I haven't repaired that. I'm very aware of it. I haven't repaired it because I actually don't want to do any home repairs. Okay? So I've kept it as an excuse.
Right.
I know exactly how to fix it, right? The affirmations have to change, right? I can't be saying to myself and to others, I can't drive a nail straight to save my life, right? I have to create some small victory experiences. I may have to get a coach. I may have to get my handyman to show me
To show you
how to hang a
yeah.
picture straight. Okay? I have to start theater in my minding. I'm actually going to bring something home from IKEA and I'm going to successfully assemble the son of a bitch, right? And I have to play that. So I know how to fix
Yeah.
it, right? And it's fixable. This is not genetics, right? You aren't born unable to put shelves up,
Yeah.
nor are you born able to put shelves up, right? So there's a process. I could fix it, and I just choose not to. Now, a lot of people, by the way, choose not to consciously or unconsciously. So, like, there's significant psychological evidence that a lot of people who stay seriously overweight, particularly women, were sexually abused as children, had sexual abuse in the family, or some other really bad experience early with men, boyfriend, whatever. They are now fat as a self-defense mechanism to avoid being approached by and having to deal with
Male attention.
male attention. That's exactly right. Now, they aren't as cognizant of it as I just described being cognizant of my bullshit about not being able to do home repair.
Yeah.
Right? But they are choosing to keep that as their excuse. Yeah. They could fix it, but they would have to fix it first internally by becoming a thin person, not a fat person, okay? And a person able to manage themselves in when people start to pay attention to them. They won't fix it just with a diet because they won't stick to the diet.
Yeah.
Okay, it won't happen. So this is with the same transformational process applies really to everything. If you read one of the classics, Frank Betker's book, How I Raised Myself from Failure to Success in Selling, people were often disappointed when they bought the book because there's not much in it about sales techniques. Yeah. There's no red button. Okay? Frank really describes how he changed internally in order to raise himself from failure to success in selling. And so Frank was a student of Maxwell Maltz's, and he was a student of Dale Carnegie. And Frank did it with these devices to himself internally. I discovered psychocybernetics originally in a search for a cure to stuttering. And as a kid, I stuttered almost uncontrollably. Often not being able to be understood. And there's external stuff you can do. Right? There's traditional speech therapy, there's exercises, right? So think of that as the diet. It turns out that actually isn't much use if you have a internal programming. So if you are internally a stutterer who panics and can't handle themselves in certain situations, all of the external stuff,
Won't work.
it won't stick, at least. You may be able to hold it together. Maltz calls it the snapback effect. If you take a rubber band and you can stretch it way out of shape, but the minute you let go of it, it
Right.
goes back to its original shape, right? So what you do when you apply external that is in conflict with internal is you really are forcibly stretching the rubber band. So you can do it for a while. You can do it incidentally and situationally, but you won't be able to sustain it. So in our pro football, much to everybody's distress, for the last, I don't know, decade, and currently, Tom Brady, who plays quarterback for the New England Patriots, often brings a team back from a deficit late in the game and wins a game rather spectacularly. He's continuing to do it at age 40, which is very old to be playing pro ball. And even though he keeps himself in great physical shape, still. Um, well, he sees himself as the kind of quarterback who does that.
Yeah.
That's what I do. That's what we do around here. Because of it, he affects everybody around him. Nobody's panicked. They're down by 2 touchdowns with 4 minutes left in the playoff game that will determine whether they go to the Super Bowl or not. Nobody's panicked. This is what he does. This is what we do, right? So, but he had to get himself there 20 years ago. Before he did it 20 times.
Yeah.
That's the inner game. Tim Galway, great books for people that play sports. Inner game of tennis, inner game of golf. They really are this applied to the game, right? There's no inner game of quarterback book, but there could be because it's the exact same process.
Let's talk about money. And what are the beliefs about money that keep people poor or timid about getting it?
Well, the two categories you just named go together, overlap, but they are also, in a sense, two different categories. So in the first category, people have overall really bad relationship with money. They are not really comfortable with it. They're not very comfortable talking about it. An old friend of mine who I was in business with for years, who was a prosperity speaker, Foster Hibbert, always said more Americans have more hang-ups about money than they do even about sex. And he's probably right. A lot of people don't even really give it any thought per se, you know. So they've grown up with limited, if not negative, thoughts about it. They haven't had a role model that really has had a great relationship with it. And there's a lot of social pressure and media pressure against having a good relationship with it. It's almost like it should sort of take care of itself. So there's a moral category in there of, gee, if I'm a good person, it should take care of itself. The business version of that is, gee, if we do really great work and we give really great service and we deliver really great products, the money should take care of itself. The fallacy of that is that really what that is entitlement thinking. It is, I'm entitled to having money because I'm a good Christian woman, because I deliver great service. Right? It's taking a principle out of context of principles. In a sense, it's taking Napoleon Hill's Go the Extra Mile out of context of the other 16 principles. And it really has at its core a sense of entitlement. And evidence is all around you that money reacts badly to entitlement. Most heirs of money who inherit it, it's all gone by the second generation. They didn't earn it. They feel entitled to all sorts of privilege just because they got it. Doesn't work well. At the opposite end of the scale, when we try and give it to poor people because they are entitled to, everybody's entitled to own a home. Okay? So that was a big idea here in America, which actually led up to the financial crash of 2008, right? Because it put a crap load of people in homes who could not financially qualify for them. Federal government pressure on banks,
Give mortgages out to everybody.
etc. Because everybody, so right now, this has come back. This is as recent as 2008, but the lesson is, we have Democratic presidential candidates right now, as you and I are recording this, who are preaching home ownership as a right. Senator Harris this week, the week we're recording this, proposed $100 billion underwriting of mortgages for black people because they've been
Should have a house.
disadvantaged.
Yeah.
And our $1.2 trillion college debt balloon exists because of the idea that everybody is entitled to go to college. A lot of our healthcare system problems are because of the idea that everybody is entitled to health insurance. Not even just healthcare, but health. All of these programs fail miserably. So money does not respond well to entitlement. It tends to respond real well to initiative, to work. Not dumb work, by the way, smart work, but work, to the creation and exchange of value, to self-sufficiency. So money moves for reasons. And a lot of people don't understand it, or they resent the reasons. So they have this really bad set of beliefs and expectations, and that creates a really bad relationship with money. Sort of broader. So, and I occasionally still catch myself saying it at a point of frustration and have to remind myself I'm affirming bullshit. So I remember years ago, I had a client slash mentor, and about a certain set of experiences, I said to him, when is this going to get easy? Now, what that means, the affirmation I stop myself from saying now, I say it and then I correct myself, is it should be easier than this by now. Well, see, that's an entitlement affirmation,
Yeah.
right? That's what that is. Now, it's perfectly understandable. Damn it. 40 years, reputation, credibility, right? Somebody should be out there scattering rose petals where I walk
Yeah.
by now, right? But it's an entitlement affirmation. Therefore, it doesn't work very well. And at the time, he said, well, I can show you the people for whom it is easy. And he put me in a car and he drove me to a cemetery. And he said, here, they have no strife today whatsoever. For them, it's easy. They just lay there and let the worms eat them. So if that's what you want, I'm happy to club you over the head like a baby seal and drop you in a hole and put a rock on top of you. But I don't really think that's what you want. So the answer is it never gets easy. It's not supposed to be easy. Right? If you want to be rich and you want to be in the 5% or the 1% of the entire population, and you want to have great autonomy, and you want to bend things to your will, and you want to do work that really interests you, not work that you have to do, and you want to, it's not supposed to be easy. So that's a shift in thinking, right?
Yeah.
So, thinking that money coming to you should take care of itself has an entitlement of other behavior, right? Is like, see, you're very young, so this won't resonate with you. But this is thinking that you should come home from work on a Friday and your wife should drag you into the bedroom and have crazy sex with you because you're her husband and because you've been married faithfully for 27 years and because you're the breadwinner. It doesn't work like that.
Oh, I know that, even at 27.
Because that's entitlement thinking.
Yeah.
So it's useful for guys to think about, to personalize money, to think about money like it's a woman. And so you hear Kevin Leary on Shark Tank say, money speaks to me. See, Buffett says certain things that indicate he has personalized, not necessarily by gender, but he has personalized, humanized money, as have I. So you can't expect it to meet entitlement ideas. It won't do it. Its affection has to be earned every day, not a cumulative effect. Then the second part of your question of what do people do that gets in the way of getting money? There's personal things they do, there's business things they do. The list is very long. I mean, it's huge. Right? If you take business, so companies have what I call the sales prevention department. They will invest umpteen millions of dollars building a terrific hotel, and then they will pay as little money as is humanly possible to the employees, and they are reluctant as hell to invest in training and coaching and motivating those employees. And consequently, they wind up with a sales prevention department on the phones, at the front desk, in the halls, etc. Right? So if you want extra towels, even in a Four Seasons, and you go to the maid in the hallway as you're going on your way to the elevator and say, I could use some extra towels, you are as likely to get a, well, take some off the card, as you are, gee, I'll make sure there's some. Well, that's a sales prevention department. So business owners often have obstacles in the way of money moving to them that are easily remedied if you focused on them. They bring entitlement thinking to their business, right? This patient should refer to me because I did a fabulous job of remaking their mouth, right? We have in our business the idea that, the entitlement idea, that because you had a great year in titanium
Yeah.
mastermind meeting, you should renew. And I really shouldn't have to break a sweat getting you to renew. Right? But it doesn't always work that way, right? So people get in their own way by their belief system about money, then moving from that into strategy and tactics and applications a lot. They will, one way or another, they will think it should be easy rather than earned. Right? And so they'll send out an email about their special event and think that should be sufficient. Right? I shouldn't really have to have a 20-page sales letter and do a video sales letter and mail and FedEx and 18 follow-up postcards. And, I have a client that their business revolves around free introductory seminars in a niche. And so people register and then they are supposed to show up. However, what happens between registered and actually came is called life. And so their kid gets sick, their car gets a flat tire, they have a fight with their spouse, they forget when the damn thing is. The original impulse fades. Gee, they finally made a sale this week, they got some money in their pocket, they feel better about themselves. They don't really need to be there. They get invited to a ball game by a buddy that's got tickets. Life happens, right? And so a significant number of them do not show up. Well, you can blame them if you like, but that is completely unproductive, right? Or you can take on more responsibility to try and control more of their behavior. And in this particular client's case, depending on the gap of time between registration and actual event, we have between 9 and 22 follow-up steps using every media you can imagine. Text, phone call, email, postcards, letter in an envelope, emails driving them to go watch this testimonial video online. 2 days later, an email driving them to go and see the free demonstration of the magic thus and so technique. On and on and on and on and on. Now that does not eliminate the problem, because life happening is much more powerful than anything you and I can do. But it cuts it in half, thereby raising attendance by 50%. And so you can say all you want that you shouldn't have to do that. And maybe you shouldn't. But we don't get paid based on should and shouldn't. We get paid on the actual result. And it's important to do whatever is necessary, to get the result. Money is really just a scoreboard. It's a representation of how rational and sane. If you're going to try and kill that little sound, you won't be able to. Okay. It's a Mickey Mouse thing somebody gave me.
Motion.
It's motion and it's vibration activated. So, and you can't turn it off.
I gave up on it.
Yeah. It's
3 hours
hopeless.
ago.
Don't cut this, by the way, because people want to see it. It's a representation, you were saying?
It's a representation of the accuracy, the validity of our thinking about why money moves from place to place, person to person, and why it doesn't, and a representation of our effectiveness at using that knowledge in order to get the results that we want. Right? So, Walt Disney used to tell everybody about what he called the $100,000 piece of gum. And his story is that a lot of our first-time park attendance comes because of word of mouth. And even today, that's true. Now, they advertise and all that, but still, the vast majority of their first-time park visitor is somebody who other people said, you got to go. You got to go. And he said, we can give them the greatest experience they've ever had. But dad is there, mom is there, the 3 kids are there, it's hot, it's humid, etc. They have a great experience, but dad steps on gum. And the gum gets in the grooves of his tennis shoe. And now tonight, so all day long now he's walking around and it's sticking to the pavement. Then tonight in the hotel room in the air conditioning, he finds a table knife or a pen or something. And he is sitting there picking the gum out of his shoe. That's the story he's going to tell when he goes home. And that's going to cost us $100,000 of people not coming because that's the story he told. It undoes every other story we want him to tell and moves to the top of the list. And that's why we spend a lot more money than any other park making sure there's no gum on the ground for him to step in. We have 4 times as many sanitation workers out roaming around all the time. Every executive is told, if there's trash on the ground and you're walking through the park on the way to a meeting, pick up the trash. That's part of your $1 million a year executive job. They have 8 times as many trash cans as Universal Studios. You can't look around, oh, there's no trash can, screw it. No, there's a trash can. That's why they do all that, because they understand the $100,000 piece of gum, right? Well, that's really, why does money move from place to place, person to person, right? That's part of the understanding of, in their business, why does money move? Well, money doesn't move just because we have Mickey and we have great rides. Money moves to us because we attend to detail like nobody could imagine to prevent the bad incident overwhelming all the good that we do. I got a literature package the other day from a place I made an appointment to go. The literature package is great. The directions, which I asked for, which there was, first of all, resistance to it, because just put it in, right? Everybody's got a GPS,
All right.
right? Which, by the way, everybody doesn't, and not everybody that has it uses it, but nonetheless. So I don't, because I drive classic cars and I don't have a smartphone. So the directions, they did have them, but the directions they sent me were a really bad Xerox copy of a photocopied map, right, with a circle where they are, and no written out, go here, get off, make a left at the third cow, and none of that. Now what they did is the $100,000 piece of gum. So they altered so the beautiful literature package and the great copy that's in it, which the copy's good, everything they did right is now undermined with me by this $100,000 piece of gum equivalent. And it won't stop me from going. It may, however, affect their conversion, because they have now planted a seed of doubt in my mind. But all money does, the movement of money, is reflect these things. Right? So a lot of it is about your own thinking about it. Is it hard to get? It doesn't grow on trees. I have a psychological trigger back there of a money tree.
Right.
Because
well, it does.
It does grow on trees. Right? You're thinking about entitlement versus earned privilege. All of that stuff. And then the other half is now really the practical application of that stuff. So some people only work on this. So the metaphysical, the Rhonda Byrne version of The Secret, we can manifest money with our mind. Again, this dates this, but we have a Democratic presidential primary going on right now, as you and I are talking, and there's 26 candidates. One of whom is Marianne Williamson, who is running for president. She's really running for some more books on Amazon, I think, but she claims to be running for president. Marianne is a far out metaphysical personality. And she would argue for think right, money comes.
Pure manifestation.
Yes. Now, it's not what she does. And it's very important to understand that a lot of people are selling one plan, but using a very different plan. And I would put her in that category because it's not what she does. Right? But it is something she would preach. Well, there's abundant evidence, again, that money doesn't respond to that. If you doubt it, go sit under a tree for as long as you would like to run this experiment and do nothing but think positive thoughts about money, or specifically about the Lamborghini you would like, or the number of customers you would like to be in your business next week, or whatever. And you will find that you have had no impact whatsoever on anything. The title, Think and Grow Rich, was a deceptive book title. I don't know that Hill did it to be deceptive. I don't think he did. And it may be editors abbreviated and whatever, right? But first of all, a more authentic title would be How to Think to Grow Rich. That would be better, right? But the only really authentic title would be How to Think and What to Do to Grow Rich. Because biblically, faith without action, right, is useless. It is the same as no faith at all. So how you think, what you think, your belief system about money and why it moves, and your belief system, your relationship with it Is it a good relationship, a strained relationship, a difficult relationship, a relaxed relationship, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? That matters in concert with now practical applications of that knowledge. Very early, I had this really bad beater car. I had no money. And I had a cassette player on the seat next to me, and I had all kinds of motivational tapes that I listened to, trying to get the right attitude. It finally dawned on me that having the best attitude in the world is no better than having the worst attitude in the world if you also can't get in front of somebody who would give you money in part because of your great attitude, right? These two things are inseparable. In my main book about wealth, I talk about wealth magnets. And literally half of them, there are 28, half of them are about how you think and relate to money. And the other half are about what you do as a result of your understanding of how money works. So, for example, earlier, we talked about authority, credibility, celebrity, believability. Okay, we know that those things are magnetic to money. Khloe Kardashian, I think the second youngest of all of the Kardashians, is, I believe, according to Forbes this year, the first female or youngest female, some designation, billionaire like ever. And it's in the skincare and cosmetics industry, but it's because of celebrity, right? So we know this to be true, that money is attracted to these things: authority, in some cases credibility, believability, celebrity, specialization. There's, a half a dozen things. Specialists attract a lot more money than do generalists. Okay? Your family doctor will never make the money per hour, per day, per case, per patient that the neurosurgeon will.
Oh, yeah.
So we know these things. Then the issue is, how do we pragmatically apply them? So 3 of my top money magnets are: be somebody, be somewhere, do something. And so be somebody means don't be just anybody, don't be nobody, don't be ordinary. In the marketing world, don't be just another salesman. Okay, be somebody, meaning somebody who is important to somebody, who is influential with somebody, right? The reason Houdini became maybe the most famous magician in his time and of all time, and to our off-mic conversation over lunch, became a brand without being the world's greatest magician. Houdini never claimed it, and lots of magicians can find fault with Houdini's magic tricks. But Houdini did those 3 things to launch himself. I got to be somebody. I can't be just another magician. The hills and dales were full of magicians in his time. Right? I can't be another magician. They're a dime a dozen. And they literally were a dime a dozen. Every traveling circus, they all had magicians. Right? So I can't do card tricks. This ain't going to cut it. I got to be somebody. So who am I going to be? Right? So he mastered escape tricks, specifically those involving handcuffs. And for a time, he was known as the handcuffs king, the king of handcuffs. Be somewhere. Okay, so be somewhere means, it may mean media, Tony Robbins, late night TV, made Tony. The Success magazine for a while in the United States. It's not that now, but it was the place to be if you were a success, self-improvement, sales guru. Success magazine was a enormous growth place for Zig Ziglar, for Jim Rohn, for Brian Tracy, for etc. My big be somewhere breakthrough was 9 years on the Success Events Tour with Zig, by the way. And we were the biggest traveling circus of the success industry ever. All sports arenas after the first 2 years, 15 to 35,000 people, a long list of celebrities, which is what drew people into the event. It, it explosively lifted my boat. So the second thing is you got to be somewhere, meaning you can't sit at home and manifest. You got to be somewhere that matters. Houdini went town to town, small markets, where you could get media to pay attention to you, to the police station, and challenge the cops to handcuff him and lock him in a cell, and he would get out. And the press covered this. And soon the small presses, being covered in all small markets, created interest in big markets. So be somewhere. Third, do something. You actually have to have a service you provide, a miracle you perform, a demonstration you do, something that is interesting and magnetically attractive and all of that. And by those three things, you affect the movement of money. By the absence of those things, by the way, you affect the movement of money, just not to you. So it goes elsewhere.
Right. So there is a lot of talk, since we're talking about money, there's a lot of talk, especially in my niche, which is kind of the online marketing niche, about passive income, right? And so people believe that once you get it, namely money, it will flow to you even if you're sitting on a beach sipping a margarita. And I'm trying to communicate to people that it really does not for more than a few months, maybe if you're lucky. I mean, you have to watch it day by day and you have to care for that. So what do
So
you have to
look,
say about
it
that?
takes a lot of money to safely provide a very small stream of permanent passive income. Such things exist. Right? Real estate can do it. Insurance company provided annuities can do it, etc. But if you use a working average of 4% a year in gross yield, which on average is what the best money managers on earth are able to generate. That means we need a captive $1 million to give us $40,000 a year with no losses. No, we can't have a 2008 and have been getting 8% a year from the stock market because we just lost 30% of our principal. When you do the calculations of what it takes to get that.
Yeah.
So, so you know, for $3,500 a month, of safe passive income, you have to have $1 million captive or the equivalent thereof in a very safe position. So for $35,000 a month, you need $10 million.
Talk about some money.
You're talking about serious
money.
money. Right? Residual income, which is a form of passive income, authors get it as royalties. Some copywriters get it. I get residual royalties for work I did 7 years ago. Still comes. Now entertainers get it. TV pays residuals on reruns and syndication that it didn't 20 years ago, 25 years ago, 30 years ago. But you know how many people are TV stars and how many people can't be TV stars, and all of that. So as a practical matter, it's not really achievable for most entrepreneurs, for most marketers, for most people. And to your point, it tends to be shorter lived than longer lived. So if Tony stops tomorrow and disappears tomorrow to his island, never to appear, speak, write, engage in any manual labor again, most of the passive income will dry up in a very short period of time. If the My Pillow guy goes off the air and stops running ads, there will be a dwindling stream of continuing income, but it will eventually stop. The space will be filled by somebody who is active, and they will gradually, the money will move to the activity. Right? Energy draws money, lack of energy doesn't. Broadly, there's only 3 ways to get money. One is through work, through what you and I do. And we try and do that as intelligently and efficiently as we can. We try and do it with brain, not brawn. But still, if people tell you the truth, people who have a lot of money are continuing to work, to preserve it, protect it, and to earn more. In some cases, it becomes mere compulsion, not necessary, but the kind of person they became to get a lot of money has them continuing to work.
Yeah.
Right? So there's work. Again, we want to do it intelligently. We want to do it efficiently. It's nice if we can do it with doing things that we like or don't mind doing, that we are interested in, with people we like. But bottom line, there's work. Now, for a lot of people, that's the only way they know to get money. And so they are almost always very limited in the ability to build wealth. It's very hard to get there, certainly in America under our tax structure, and in most places under most tax structures. It's very difficult to get there to real wealth through earned income, work income alone. The very top player in every category. In broadcasting, it would be, here it would be Limbaugh and Howard Stern, maybe. In pro football, there might be 20 who are making so much money purely through their work that it will be hard to lose it all, and they will wind up at the end of their careers wealthy if they did nothing else. And the 4% would be fine. But we're talking about smidgens, right? The second way we get money, right, is by other people's work. And typically we get that by replication or by multiplication. So replication is you're a good seminar giver, you're a good presenter, and you can sell people into coaching. And you do that in the western half of the United States. You find somebody you can turn into a clone of you who does the eastern half of the United States. That's replication, right? We have a successful restaurant. We got all the bugs out. People like, literally and figuratively, people like the place, etc. We open a second one. That's replication, right? Multiplication, to stick with that example for a second, would be franchising. So instead of opening a second and then opening a third, we sell franchises and we get 100 of them open. We only get 7% of each one, but
That's it.
7 times 100, yeah. So that's multiplication. Multiplication in our business is largely media driven, right? So instead of having to go do 10 speeches in 10 different Holiday Inns on 10 different nights, maybe we can drive 10 audiences to watch us do that online. Now, as a practical matter, we'll probably have to drive 30 audiences because the efficacy will never be as great online as it would be in the 4 walls. But if there's enough audience size, that formula works, and we have multiplied ourselves through media. The mailing of a sales letter is really multiplying a great sales presentation. Right? It's what's called salesmanship in print. Right? So that's money through other people's work. Somehow, in some way, shape, or form, there are employee, there are affiliate, there are partner, there are licensee, there are franchisee, and they are doing the work we perfected that we maybe don't even do anymore, and they are paying us. We're taking off the top on the work that they do. Right? So that's the second way money comes to you. The third way is money makes money. Is you have enough money that you can invest it in safe and sound ways that have little or no risk of loss, and the money earns a dividend, a yield, or an upside. If you have enough money, you can not just safely invest it, you can speculate with it. And you may have 9 failures and 1 huge investment success, and one makes up for a lot of the other. Okay? I own a fair amount of Amazon stock, but I bought it between $14 and $43 a share. The last I looked, it's flirting with 2,000. Well, that makes up for a few we won't talk about, right? With some left over. But you have to have enough money to send the money out to go do that. Most business people use all 3. Right? We generate money inside the business that we reinvest in the business in order to grow it, and we take some of the money out and we invest it elsewhere. We replicate and multiply inside the business and maybe outside the business, and we still do work with the business, right? But that's it now. The passive aspects of that are actually the riskiest. Well, because you have less and less control, the less and less you are involved with active money. And control comes from responsibility. They're interchangeably linked, right? So the less actively involved we are, the more responsibility we have delegated or abdicated, and therefore the less control we have over the outcomes. The truest financial security is your own ability to produce, period.
Yeah.
That means what you know and how you are able to apply what you know.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, going back to the feelings and the paradigms about money, I know like two people that were born rich. And first of all, they're not comfortable with money. They have this veiled shame, actually, talking about it. They're not comfortable with
That's
it. They're
right.
cheap. And actually, a friend of mine explained to me that their fear is that they don't know how to produce it. I was actually talking to one person and I was like, well, you don't know how to produce money. And he was like, oh, yes, but I know about the stock market. I can multiply it. And I was like, no, 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 no. I will empty your bank account. You don't have any cash flow. And in a year time, you have to have more money in your bank account because you produce it. And he was like, oh. And it just became,
Yeah. So, see, if you think about his position, he's got money making money. And in his case, he is named the stock market. So, here's the problem with that, all right? You have very little control over what happens with those companies in which you are invested. Now, if you're Buffett and you're invested to such an extent that you really own 30 or 35% of the
control the
outstanding
company.
stock, well, you can get board seats and you can influence policy and you can get somebody fired if they're really screwing up and et cetera. But if you're a broad, diversified investor in the public market, if Trump starts a war today with Iran, over which I have no control, every stock investment I have is affected, and hardly any of it positively. And if that drags on long enough, not only won't there be any income, there will be so much principal gone that getting back to the point that there could be any income, I'm not going to live that long. And I have very little control over that. Now, I do have control over my ability to produce, see, to your point. So the ownership of a highly developed, high value skill that is transferable. Right? So I can go do what I do in the healthcare industry. If they nationalize the healthcare industry, doesn't matter, because I can go do it in the financial services industry. And I can go do it with a company that owns 300 pet stores. It doesn't matter. I have highly developed skills that are highly transferable from one type of business to another. If certain media gets outlawed, right? So, infomercials were outlawed in America for a long period of time. Reagan deregulated them. They're dying now because people don't watch TV with a clicker in their hand clicking. So they're going to be gone. For 10 years, I did a lot of work in the infomercial industry. Now I do hardly any. Hasn't affected my income in the least because my skills are transferable. Now, if all you know how to do is be a blacksmith, and Henry Ford comes along and popularizes the automobile, and you don't haul your ass back to school, say you're toast, right? So a highly developed skill that's highly transferable is really it's the only true financial security. And it's making money is always, so I'll give you an example. So I own, to your friend's example, so I own not a lot, but enough stock in a company called Tupperware. your mom went to Tupperware parties. People still go to Tupperware parties. Highly successful company, mostly overseas, not here. They own not just Tupperware, but they own Beauty Control Cosmetics. They own 8 or 10 different companies that are all driven by party play and selling. I bought the stock very cheap when the company was on the verge of going out of business, and a great CEO, Rick Goings, came in, and I knew of Rick and knew him a little way back in the direct selling days. And I had confidence in him. And I bought a bunch of Tupperware stock because if anybody was going to turn this thing around, it'd be him. And he did. And he made it a great company again. And he nearly 50 times the stock. And it pays a very good dividend. And I was very slow, too slow, to react to him retiring from president and becoming chairman of the board, internally promoting. He put a woman in as president, which, by the way, the odds of that in public companies doing well are very slim. I realize I irritate people by saying so, but
It is true.
it's true. And she immediately began to digitize everything. So she's a young woman and she has ideas. And she's destroying what makes the clock tick, even before she has built and proved a replacement for the clock. It happened very quick, but my fault, because I wasn't on top of it every day. The stock is now worth 25 cents on the dollar of what it was at its peak. They've cut the dividend. This whole thing is heading south. Now, other than getting out at the right time, I have and had no control over any of that. My money is at the mercy of other people's decisions. The money that comes from our ability to produce, we have enormous control over it, right? I get to pick my clients, for example. So I get to do my best not to pick dysfunctional ones who can't implement, cheap ones, ungrateful ones, etc. And I get to pick who I'm going to work with. Well, that gives me a great deal of control over the yield on my invested human capital. Right? So I tell people mostly, rather than looking to move from active to passive, has a grand ambition, is I'm going to be in a hammock and my residuals are going to arrive. On top of everything else, you'll actually find yourself probably bored.
Yeah, exactly.
And bored people with money start to do really stupid things.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, it breeds a lot of really bad behavior. So it's probably not something you want to aspire to for that reason, let alone all the other reasons. Rather than that, I encourage people to aspire to leverage, not just a complete move from active to passive, but making the active much better leveraged. Now that can be a higher caliber of client or customer. So you need less of them to generate the same amount of income. It can be being able to shift into more and more of your active, incorporates more and more of what you really enjoy doing. So Jay Leno, who hosted The Tonight Show here in the United States after Carson, who was essentially a stand-up comedian before he became the host of The Tonight Show. Jay is quite rich. He's not Forbes 500 rich, but he's rich. Jay left the Tonight Show rich. I would bet you the biggest stake that he does not need to earn a dollar actively to live as he wishes to live for the rest of his life. Jay's a big classic car collector, has hundreds of them, full-time mechanics, garage, etc. It's where he spent his free time and a lot of his money. Not all of it, but a lot. So Jay left the Tonight Show and retired. And I think he sat around essentially doing nothing for about a year. And that he was bored. So he now has a show on CNBC, which is a financial network, called Jay's Garage. And it's a weekly show in which he and some celebrity friend of his hang out in his garage and drive some of his cars and go to a car show. They go drive Jeeps around in the desert. Right. So he has turned his hobby into a business as the core of this show. Now, instead of getting a corporate gig to come do stand-up, he's getting an appearance fee to be at a car show. At the big car show at Pebble Beach every year, Jay, the master of ceremonies, right? Big fee. But he gets to hang out with car freaks, which is what he is, and tape segments for the show. I'm sure in a very sophisticated way, it has taken something that probably was not tax deductible and made a large portion of it now tax deductible, which is a form of leverage. Okay? So he is not laid down in a hammock. He is still active and actively generating income from his own ability to produce. But he has injected leverage in it, and he has made it more about things he wants to do anyway. So one way or another, this I think is the better aspiration than is pure passive income.
Okay. Now let's talk about leaving money into the company bank account versus, taking it out. So what's your take on that?
So a lot of business owners leave virtually all their money captive in the business they started, grew, are growing, and own. And ultimately looking for the liquidity event of their life when a bigger, dumber company buys it. Private equity buys it. They go public. They sell it to the family, to a group of employees, and they exit now with all that captive money released. For 9 out of 10 people, this turns out to be a disappointing plan. It's hard to see 30, 40 years in the future. It's hard to even see 5 or 10. And businesses that were building up a lot of value can suddenly have a lot less value, right? So somebody who started a bookstore and gradually built up 5 bookstores in the 5 towns in which they live, around where they live, with the plan of selling them all as their exit at age 60, Jeff Bezos kind of screwed that up
A lot.
right? He's probably about to do it to the pharmacy business in much
Yeah, I learned
the
that.
same way. Right? So the problem with all your eggs, if you will, captive in a basket is, again, you have an enormous amount of control over the basket. Your control starts to slip some in the environment around the basket. And you can control you, but you can't control the kid in the garage who is inventing and scheming to destroy your damn basket. You may not even know he's there yet. Right? I mean, a lot of people think of jobs as in terms of computers. But really what Jobs did that in some respects is much more significant than computers is he laid the groundwork for the destruction of the telephone industry. And so a whole lot of captive money built up in the telephone business. When it's gone, just gone. That handheld device you have wiped it away. So that's the first problem. Second problem is that there's an ebb and flow to the acquisition of businesses. Right now, here, in many categories, companies are selling at top dollar. There's an enormous amount of money sloshing around. Big companies have too much cash on their books and need to do something with it, so they're overpaying, on and on and on and on. However, just 5 years ago, the opposite was true. The same businesses were selling for substantially less than logical market value for reasons having nothing to do with the business itself, but having to do with the economy around it. So there's an ebb and flow. So at the time that you want to have your liquidity event, you really can't forecast or control the ebb and flow of the economy around you. Right? So that's the second big problem. The third big problem is that most small to medium-sized companies are substantially dependent upon the brain of the founder slash owner. You are carrying around all kinds of stuff in your head that nobody else in your
True.
company knows, that you have it codified in manuals, and some of it you can't. There is an instinctual aspect to business success. Buffett can try to tell you everything he does in evaluating a company to buy or not to buy. But at this point, he can't, even if he wants to, tell you everything. There is a experiential, instinctual thing going on with Buffett on top of what he could enunciate, that he knows this is good, this guy's good, this is bad, this guy, right? And so when Buffett dies, which is going to be sooner or not later, and his partner will probably die immediately before or immediately after him, because they're like a long married couple. So when you take Munger and Buffett out of there, yes, they've done all sorts of things to put good people in place and good practices in place and all that. It can't be the same. So if something happens to you along the way, to your liquidity event from all your money that is captive in your company, you have a stroke, you're in a car wreck and you have brain damage, you whatever, everything changes. I mean, everything changes immediately. Right? So those are the three problems with the all the eggs in the one basket theory. More broadly, you have to think about, is a business a thing to put money into, or is a business a thing to take money out of, right? So people that view the business as a thing to put money into are really working for the business. People who view the business as a thing to take money out of have a business that is working for them. Which would you rather be? A person who has a business working for them, or a person who is working for a business? Right? I would rather be, I've been the first, tried that. I would rather be the second. So now this mandates taking some out as you go. There's a country western song, it was recorded by Kenny Rogers, it's called The Gambler. And the song is about, it tells a story of two hobos. He getting on a train with this other wise elder hobo who is now telling him his philosophy of life. And specifically is telling him about being a gambler. And the lyric says, don't count your money when you're sitting at, I could get it now. Don't count your money when you're sitting at the table. There'll be time enough for counting when the dealing's done. So people have quoted this. This has become like business advice. Well, they miss the point that this is information being exchanged from one dead broke dying hobo to another dead broke hobo.
It's not like they're rich
on
people,
a train,
on a train.
right? This wasn't Warren Buffett. He ain't waiting until the dealing's done. He's counting all the way along, right? So you got to count all the way along. And I believe you want to reinvest. I cheerfully say, knowing what I know now, if I could go back 30 years, about the only thing I know that I would do significantly different is I would spend more of the money to buy more customers at almost any cost. Still, I would also take money out. And then you got to think about, what do you do when you take the money out? So most people now, stupid about money, they buy depreciating assets. So they spend on lifestyle in direct correlation to income. So the two lines are parallel. As their income goes up, their lifestyle expenses go up. Oh, one house? No, now we need two houses. Oh, let's get a third house, right? Oh, we each have a car, but gee, it'd be great to also have a convertible. So so the lifestyle expenses, they never spread, right? So, and most of that is depreciating assets. LeBron won't probably have to worry about it, but the house LeBron James built and remodeled, very close to here, we could drive to it in 20 minutes, in Bath, Ohio, will never sell for what he put in it. Never, ever, 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 ever. It's so overbuilt for the market it's in, it isn't even funny. I think it's got 3 basketball courts. It's just stupid, right?
Right.
And so that's the dumb shit people do, right? Is they buy depreciating assets, right? So that tells you what you don't want to do. So you got to think through, if I take money out, what am I going to do with it? So, okay, some of it I'm going to spend on me, spouse, kids, fly first class instead of flying coach. At a certain point, fly by private jet, fine, okay? But it should be proportional and percentaged against what's coming out. Then some I'm going to invest for appreciation and or passive income, preferably plus tax advantage, but not for tax advantage, right? Everything from super safe. So there's an investment theory of build a floor you can't fall through. Okay? So no matter what happens, you're going to eat.
Would it be the 4% you talked about before?
Well, it's the kind of investments that buying absent a complete apocalypse, they're not going to go anywhere, and they're going to pay their dividend, or they're going to honor their obligation. Okay? If you want a stock, it'd be Procter and Gamble.
Right.
People are always going to need soap. They're always going to brush their teeth. They're always going to comb their hair. They're always going to wipe their butt after they go to the bathroom. That's the business Procter and Gamble's in. They're the biggest player. It's hard. How could they completely screw that up, right? So, annuities from a big insurer. A lot of financial people don't like annuities, but for the floor that you can't fall through, the guaranteed payout for life, no matter how long you live, of X dollars from a company that, barring a complete financial apocalypse, isn't going anywhere, and you shouldn't have it all with one. Okay, so some of it needs to go to what Robert Ringer called, the Whittington Intimidation guy, Bob calls no touchies. Okay, it's literally put someplace you can't touch it if you get an impulse, and it's going to be very hard for it to go away. That's the floor you can't fall through, all the way up to speculation. Okay. Now, as a business owner, you do have an opportunity to take money out without taking money out, meaning the business can be an investor. The business can provide opportunity to someone else in which you get equity, or you get some substitute for equity without buying it for cash. So you want to be alert for those opportunities. You want to take advantage of them, because in a way, it's taking cash out of the business without actually taking cash out of the business that you would be familiar with. In my world, the principal example of that would be my relationship with the software company Infusionsoft.
Right.
So the initial equity stake that I got in Infusionsoft, I got, quote, quote, for free. I got it because the Glazer Kennedy business, which became GKIC, which now is No BS Inner Circle, was a great launch platform for Infusionsoft. It could deliver a lot of customers at a very low cost to Infusionsoft. It didn't need money. It would take money, but it didn't need money. So instead, it could let Infusionsoft use it in exchange for stock, equity, which I got. Then I also traded labor, work, again, leveraged work, to our earlier conversation. So now consulting in exchange for stock instead of cash. I didn't need cash.
Right.
And I was much less accountable by the minute, the hour, or the day for that exchange than I would have been had they been paying $3,000 an hour, $18,000 a day. So leverage. Ultimately, I also bought some equity for cash. But if you just count the first two, okay, that really took cash out of the business without taking any cash out of the business. Cost nothing. As the colloquial saying goes, no skin off our nose, right? To let Infusionsoft come into the yard and take customers. In fact, it helped us, because now the customer could function better and use what we provided better. So zero cost, big gain. That's leverage of everything. And you want to be alert for it if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a business owner, because those opportunities exist. And they're every bit as good as taking cash out and investing it elsewhere. Then you want to think about, do you invest in a way that protects you in some way, shape, or form against the vagaries of your own business. So when I finally bought Amazon stock, I bought Amazon stock for three reasons. One, I changed my mind about what I thought about Amazon. I changed my understanding of what it was and what it probably would become. But the second reason I did it is because I recognized Amazon as a threat to my earned income. Now, I help. We sell more books thanks to Amazon and get more people coming into the fold because of books than we would without them. So it's a double-edged sword or a double-sided coin. But it was very clear to me that Amazon was going to effectively devalue information. Amazon was going to devalue education. Amazon was going to teach people a sense of entitlement about getting information delivered to them easily, conveniently, and cheaply. Same with Google, by the way. And so now I didn't foresee how far this has gone, but it has definitely happened. Amazon is devaluing me, devaluing you in certain ways with Alexa.
Yeah.
Because what do I need to learn anything for? I can just ask this thing the question. See, so I used to argue. I was just visiting family, and one of the kids starts 8th grade this year, which means they will take algebra. So I remember arguing, what the should I take algebra for? Right? I hate it. It's difficult. I don't understand it, and I'm never going to use it. And I intend to be rich. So if there's some reason I need to use it, I can pay somebody minimum wage who knows how to do algebra. Okay, so I remember making this argument. Well, imagine the argument now. If I need to know an answer to that math question, I just ask Alexa, and she tells me. So I saw that Amazon was going to disrupt, would be maybe a better word than devalue, but was going to interfere in what we get paid for as gurus, how we get paid, who will pay us. Therefore, as a hedge against that, I'll also take a ride with Amazon. Now, I wish I bought 10 times more, of course, but you never bet enough on a winning horse. But so that was the second reason that I bought it. And so that's part of your investment theory is the business you do have most of your money captive in, right? That is your main dog. What are the threats to it? And can you invest in the threats so that you are playing both sides of the table? If you envision a roulette table, the simplest bet on the roulette table is red or black. Even money bet, and the ball goes around. And if it lands in a red spot, you get paid if you put your chips on red. They take the chips away if you put your chips on black. Now there's a green zero in there, but we'll leave that out of the conversation. Imagine if you could put chips on red and chips on black, and nobody took any chips away. If it landed on red, you get paid on what you had on red. If it landed on black, you got paid on what was on black, but you didn't get your ones on red taken away. They just sat there until the next roll. Well, would that be spectacular?
Oh, yeah.
Well, if you're careful, that's what you can do as an entrepreneur and an investor. You can, if you will, make your business the red and some segment of your investing the black. So real estate agents right now are potentially endangered by the Amazon effect, Zillow.com, etc. Okay? So there's some big websites, very well financed, that are becoming portals to agents and pushing 2% commission instead of 7% commission. There are other portals that are actually, will buy your house for cash. So you don't even have to bother with an agent and listing and open houses and all that. They've taken the get rich in real estate business offline and they've put it online. And they are a threat to real estate agents. So if I was a high income real estate agent and I was doing very well as an agent, I'd be taking some money out of that business and systematically investing. And now I would invest at least some of it in Zillow.com, etc. So I would place a black bet against my own red bet. So long answer, but I don't believe in 100% captivity. I don't think it's smart to have all your eggs captive in that one nest for a variety of reasons. There's even a psychological reason, is sort of the evolution of an entrepreneur, of a business owner, is business owner. And he really is a be your own boss guy. Then there's business operator. He tends to have employees. He starts to diversify a little. Then there's the business operator or marketer. So he has the first quantum leap because he starts to understand that the money's in the marketing of things, not the doing of things. And he begins to shift his own allocation. Then there's the entrepreneur. So he has highly developed transferable skills. He can effectively diversify. And he tends to diversify horizontally and sometimes vertically. Meaning, if you have a coaching program for insurance agents, you might start a coaching program for real estate agents. If you have a bunch of dry cleaning shops, you might get in the carpet cleaning business because all your dry cleaning shops can market your carpet cleaning service to your dry cleaning customers, and your carpet cleaning guys can deliver dry cleaning in the neighborhood, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? That'd be horizontal, right? So now he's an entrepreneur. The top of that pyramid is entrepreneur investor. And you begin to feel differently about yourself, depending on where you are on that pyramid. So there's even a psychological benefit to taking some chips off the table as you go and investing them elsewhere outside of your own business.
Yeah, totally. I agree with you. How much time do we have left?
About a half hour, 40 minutes.
Half an hour, 40 minutes. You're not tired?
No, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Are you? Well, you may have had, how long you been here? You may have jet lag stuff going on. I don't know, but
This launch killed me, Counting all the way up to $900,000 because it's 800,000 euros just killed me,
yeah, you have my sympathy.
I
You're young enough, though. You
yeah,
do
I
not get to
cope,
be
yeah.
tired.
Yeah, that's right.
You do not get to be tired.
So let's talk about, as we discussed on the lunch break, about brand positioning, building a brand and then sell versus building a brand as a byproduct of direct response marketing.
Yeah, so it's a big issue. So sometimes people assign things to me that aren't true. So a lot of people, for example, think that I'm an offline guy only, and I don't like the internet. So it is true that personally I don't like it. And I personally choose not to engage with it. President Bush 1 at one point got himself in trouble with all the broccoli growers in America. It was either broccoli or asparagus, I don't remember which now. But he made a statement somewhere that he didn't like broccoli and never ate broccoli. And because he was president of the United States, everybody went ape shit.
Big
And
deal,
the
yeah.
farmer screamed, all that stuff. And Bush said, look, I'm president of the United States. I don't have to like broccoli if I don't want to like broccoli. So I don't like it. And at this point in time, I have no need to use it personally. 20 years ago, if it had been there 20 years ago, that probably would not have been true. It is true now. But that's personal. For business, I'm not an internet atheist. I'm an internet agnostic. I'm a media agnostic. I don't really care what we use if it works, if it delivers positive return on investment, if it meets its objectives, then I'm all for using it. As a copywriter, I write for all of it. I have one ongoing client who does nothing online, does everything offline. I have one ongoing client who does nothing offline, everything online. Everybody else is using media integration. Okay? Similarly, I am sometimes thought of as an anti-brand guy, as if direct response could not live on the same planet as does brand and brand advertising, okay? Which is not the case at all. I am just usually opposed to seeing a startup, a small business, even a mid-sized business buying brand identity and awareness. It's a very expensive proposition. It's very time consuming. It usually requires a lot of patient money. And so the brands you know today, consumables, business brands, personal brands in our world, it took a long time to become iconic and somewhat universal. So if you're buying that, you either have to start with an enormous bucket of money and be very, very patient, or you have to try and bootstrap it painfully. And it forces you to play very small. So the smaller the bucket of money you have to buy fame, brand awareness, the smaller the bucket of money, the smaller the pond you need to do that in. To make me a famous brand in Cleveland, Ohio would cost a fortune. To make me a famous brand in just this small town in Ohio where we now sit wouldn't cost that much, but it wouldn't be worth that much either. Right? I mean, the whole point of brand identity is leverage. So I'm generally opposed to outright buying it, which is the traditional advertising approach. I prefer seeing businesses get it as a byproduct of direct response advertising. By that I mean, we are not going to advertise to make people aware of Mickey Mouse glasses if nobody knew a Mickey before. We're going to sell the hell out of Mickey Mouse glasses. And by doing that, we're going to recirculate money. Money's going to come in, turn around, go back out. Come in, turn around, go back out. And people are going to become aware of Mickey Mouse glasses because so many people are buying Mickey Mouse glasses. Right? So that's direct response. Okay? So if you think about the work I did at Guthrie Ringer with Proactive, the acne stuff, okay? Proactive became the number one acne product brand in America. Still is. Okay? Number one selling, number one best known. Um, um, it took that position away from some existing, long established brands, and it did it all never running a brand ad of any kind. Never was there an ad run, a traditional ad. Here's a
Yeah.
picture of the product, proactive, solves acne problems, um, logo, um, and go to Walgreens. Never, ever, ever. Proactive was built into $1 billion brand entirely by direct response advertising selling proactive. Now, that doesn't mean it all did it at a front end initial transaction profit, because it didn't. Okay? But it didn't do it at a front end 100% loss either. Okay? So the dollar was worth $1.80 going out the door in brand building value as byproduct rather than primary purpose. So that's brand building by direct response. In consumables, we have it here. A recent, very visible example in the United States, a company called MyPillow, and it's a guy selling a whiz bang pillow. Direct response TV, direct response radio, catalog, placement in catalogs, and ultimately now retail, but it didn't start there. He is recognizable pretty much to just about anybody in America. If we took a still picture of him just the way he appears in the TV commercials, and we went anywhere you would like, poor people, rich people, wouldn't make any difference, and we showed them the picture, I'm betting 8 out of 10 would say that's that pillow guy. They would know it. Okay? I doubt you could get 4 out of 10 who would know the Vice President of the United States. Right? Um, that's all been done without spending a dime to do it. The corporate brand is now a real brand. My Pillow is known for sleep improvement, and that brand now has extension life over bed sheets and mattress toppers and other things they have not yet explored. Right? But there could be the My Pillow sleep drink of nutritional supplement stuff that you take an hour before you're ready to go to bed if you have trouble sleeping. And the brand would have value for that. It has all been built without a nickel, put into brand advertising. Again, in our world, the guru world, if you will, this is even more significant because it is harder to create brand awareness for an individual personality than it is a product that we can ultimately wind up getting on a shelf or in a store, or that we can advertise broadly on TV to everybody, right? Because everybody can use it. By the very virtue of what you and I do, anybody who is in the make people more successful, make businesses more successful business, not only can't everybody buy that, because the overwhelming majority of people aren't in businesses, and they aren't in jobs where improving either attitude or performance increases pay. Right? So the nurse to come to a personal growth seminar, she's got to do it purely for personal reasons, because it's not going to increase her salary. The Starbucks employee, it's not going to pay off in money. Secondly, it requires ambition. So it's roughly only 20%, for example, of small business owners who have an ambition of making their business bigger and more successful. 80% of them aren't interested in that. They just want, they're the same as a day worker. They want enough income to pay all their bills, play Fortnite, have beer in the fridge, watch the game on Sunday. That's it, right? And you and I actually aggravate them when we poke pointed sticks at them. So we aren't in a business with mass appeal, like a pillow. That's not where we are. So everybody has neck pain and everybody has trouble sleeping. It's not the business we're in. So in some respects, it's even harder to do, which means if we buy it, it's more expensive. Right? So if we set out to make you a household name in America, as the smartest guy about internet marketing who has ever walked the earth, and we're going to do that to such an extent that everybody knows you on site and everybody knows what you do, and you're being brought on the Today Show to talk about the latest thing that happened in the internet. We are going to have to spend one train car load of money and probably be patient. And our odds are very poor, even if we do spend that kind of money. Better we get it as the byproduct of a viable direct selling business using direct response advertising. So if you had taken a traditional advertising approach to Tony, I don't know what you would have had to spend and how long it would take for the public
To get to know me.
Yeah, I don't know, right? But by doing it the way we did it, the investment was negligible because the sale of the goods by all the direct response advertising made a profit or paid for, or at least greatly mitigated the investment being put into that. So that's the difference. There is even a thinking to do about front end brand versus back end brand, because front end customer acquisition, lead generation, can often be done better blind than it can be done brand or person identified. So if you sacrifice brand entirely and you run an ad that is all about the person you're trying to attract, if you have a website and you feel it is underperforming and you are frustrated thinking that everybody else is minting money on the internet and you're not, we have critically important information for you that will reveal to you the truth about why websites don't work. Go to www.whatsus or call 1-800-WHATSUS. Okay, it's a blind ad. Hasn't done anything to make people aware of you, your company name, nothing. That will often outpull the same ad if we muck it up with your picture, your name, company name, a logo. But we've sacrificed all the brand building. in favor of more response and more front-end income. Now, that can be okay in our field in many cases because we can build the brand on the back end once we've acquired the customer. And the allegiance to the business can become a lot about the personal brand on the back end. My own business life has largely been about back end, not front end. Right? I have clients who also are very mature in their niche as an info marketer. They've been there a long time. They have a great reputation, but everybody thinks they know what they're all about. So if you show them to them by name, the market goes, oh yeah, good guy, but I know what he's about. He teaches this, this, and this. Well, that's no good. Why does that person need to respond at all? They already know.
Right.
So I have to put that person on the back and do blind, unbranded lead generation advertising.
Because it's unbiased. People don't have a bias.
They have no bias.
All right.
They have no ability to be biased, right? Now you're sacrificing the front end brand build, but you can do it on the back. So I think people have to, first of all, they have to be realistic of how big their bucket is that they can spend, right? And then they have to really think through what it is they want to accomplish to get what they really want. And does big fame, big brand awareness, is that really necessary in order to get what they really want? And in many cases, it's not. And back-end brand awareness and allegiance only with people who are in your fan base to start with, that you've put in your fan base, that are your customers, is more than enough to satisfy that objective. So to meet all of my objectives, I have never had to become anywhere near as well known as, say, a Tony Robbins. I never have to fear paparazzi gathered outside the door. You and I are pretty safe. Anywhere we would like to go, no crowd will besiege us to take pictures of me and ask for autographs. Except in venues that I control, in a target audience where I have established great personal brand and company brand identity. So at our events, there'll be 200 people standing in line waiting to take a picture, right? And my relatives will go, why would anybody want to take a picture with you?
Right.
We don't get it, right? But think of how controlled that is, right? So I'm okay. I know of 2 customers we have around here. But basically, I can, if I'm not doing business, I'm doing writing day, I can go all week without shaving, and I can go out to a restaurant in town and I don't have to worry about it, right? If I had a much higher brand awareness level, I couldn't do that because it would be brand destructive. Now, before I, run down to Walmart because we ran out of toilet paper, I got to go take a shower, I got to shave, I got to put on a nice shirt and jacket, and I got it right, so I don't have to do that. I don't have to wash my car every day if it's a little dirty, so what this week, right? So you have to really think about what you really are trying to accomplish. The marketing colloquial is begin at the end. And now you work backwards to what is really necessary to accomplish that.
Okay. And we talked about line extension and horizontal and vertical scale up. So I was wondering if you could tell
Sure.
us a bit about that.
So particularly direct response businesses, But really, in today's environment, most businesses, they cannot prosper. And in many cases, they can't even survive. Single product, single transaction, very limited customer lifespan. Um, there's not enough juice in that to cover the cost of acquisition, the cost of a great customer experience, cost of goods, cost of infrastructure, etc. So you either need horizontal monetization. So I think the most important word in marketing is next. Is what happens with this buyer next. What happens with this first-time buyer next. Because to get him as a first-time buyer, we've done all the hard stuff. We've gone out into the woods and we've found them. We've enticed them out of the woods to come home with us. We've given them an initial experience that may well have been quite costly in compared to the revenue generated. We've created some trust. We promised them certain things. We kept certain promises. We've got to the point that they may be eager for it, but if they're not eager for it, they will at least welcome the next communication from us. Oh, I had a good experience with this guy. He did what he said he was going to do. I kind of like him. Here's an envelope from him. I'll see what he's up to now. Right? So all that was the heavy lifting. Now, not to monetize that, has us getting all our income from the hardest things we can do and the costliest things we can do. Therefore, I say the most important word is next. We got this far. What happens next? That will be less difficult for me to make happen, less costly for me to make happen, therefore more profitable for me to make happen. And then what's next, and then what's next, and then what's next. So horizontal monetization is just that. Gee, what's next, right? So Disney went from, we can get people to come to a park and spend money. They'll buy a ticket to get in. They'll buy some souvenirs and kakachkas. They'll buy a hot dog. They'll hang out all day. Well, what if we built 5 parks all next to each other? Can we keep them for a week? Yep, gee, look at that. They'll do that. Well, they got to be staying in a hotel. Will they stay in our hotels? Yep, they'll do that. Well, if they're staying in our hotels, will they buy timeshares and essentially commit themselves to being in hotels 3 times a year for the rest of their life and prepay for it? Yep, son of a gun, they'll do that. Right? Next, will they go on cruises with us? Yep, they'll do that. So we'll build some cruise ships. Oh, the cruise ships take people to islands and dump them off for the day. Will they be just as happy if we dump them off on an island we own, and we own all the stores? Yep, they'll do that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Almost all of that is just horizontal.
Right.
It's what will you do next, what will you do next, what will you do next? The My Pillow guy is now, well, okay, they'll buy pillows from me. I'll bet they'll buy a memory foam mattress topper. Yep. Will they buy sheets? Yep, they'll buy sheets, et cetera. That's just horizontal stuff, right? If they bought a how to fix their website and make it 100 times more productive course from you, now will they buy a how to 5 times the traffic you get coming to your website now that you got a website that works? Yep, they'll buy that. All right, well, will they buy a course about how to make 5 synergistic websites that wrote? Yep, they'll buy. Right, so that's all horizontal. right? The second a kind of next monetization is ascension, which takes a smaller and smaller and smaller percentage of the total customer base and moves them up a price and involvement ladder so that you are getting more from fewer. Okay. So that can be, they came in your store and started out buying real high-end menswear. But will some of them move up to custom tailored menswear? Yes.
Yeah.
Will some of them move up to, they all go on a trip with you to England, to your tailors, and they get a bespoke suit made on Savile Row in London with your supervision, and they all tour Buckingham Palace. Well, yep, they'll buy that. So that's ascension, right? In our business, it tends to be book, course, seminar, coaching program, mastermind group,
Product consulting.
higher level mastermind, private consulting, maybe excursions, etc. So that's another kind of next. They are not mutually exclusive. You might have one and not the other. You might have both in a business. But that's the second thing. The third thing is customer sharing. Is we have customers. We know a lot about them. We provide certain things to them. What we do that they consume from us actually creates a need or desire for other things we don't provide and we don't want to provide. We can now share that customer with somebody who does provide that and somehow be compensated. In some cases, maybe they have customers and they don't provide what we provide, and we can swap them. If we swap leads, we've just cut our lead generation cost by half. If I generate leads and you generate leads, and ultimately they all wind up in the same place, how about if we pool our resources and generate leads together? Or I'll give you mine, you give me yours, we just each cut our costs in half, right? So that's the third thing that we can do. I kept a TV infomercial on the air the last 4 of its 9 years by that strategy. We were, by the end, customer sharing with 9 other entities because the cost of being on the air kept going up. So that necessity, the mother of invention and innovation.
I see people doing that now with Facebook. So you get people joining. I don't want to mention them, but quite famous people that 3 years ago, 5 years ago would have never joined forces and be seen together on Facebook doing webinars, and now they're all over that because Facebook cost is just skyrocketing,
Right.
and nobody can keep up with it, not even big people.
So ego is the enemy of a lot of accomplishment anyway, right? So they have, under pressure, set aside their ego in order to do what is necessary to continue to be profitable and productive with that media. And really smart people set the ego aside and figure these things out creatively rather than and proactively rather than reactively under duress. Because often what is a plan B and a plan C and a plan D under duress, there was nothing wrong with it as a simultaneously executed plan B and plan C and plan D long before there was duress. I'm also a big believer, and I have clients who agree with me and I have clients who very much don't. And that's okay, it's there, I accommodate them. But I'm a big believer in what I call co-petition rather than competition, particularly in our industry, but in most. in that it is almost impossible to fence in an information customer and prevent that customer from whoring around with other information providers. Whoever turns them into a person of honest ambition and serious studentship is the market maker, but they can't cage them. They will now pay attention to others. That doesn't mean they leave you, but they will pay attention to others. The internet, of course, has made this much more proliferate and easy. Because if you awaken me to goal setting, all I got to do is go to Google and type in goal setting, and boom, you know. So I'm a big believer in what I call co-petition, which can include customer sharing. It can include pooling resources for media. It can include, I'll show you mine if you show me yours. That's really what mastermind groups in some respects are all about, is if 16 people test 16 strategies and everybody shares the results, we move a lot quicker than one person trying to test 16 strategies, right? So I think people are often smaller minded than they would profess. They're coming from scarcity and fear and ego rather than they are from pragmatism. And I'm a big pragmatist. I also am not, I don't believe you should require proportional reciprocity in every situation. The game is about how do I get another customer who's a good customer for me at an affordable cost. If by letting you inside my fences, you get 500 and you can only give me 100, I don't care.
Right.
Okay? Because it's 100 I couldn't have got otherwise. I'll just get 5 of you and I'll get 500 more customers. There's a thing I first learned at a Disney. A Disney guide explained it. It's called fish floss hippos. And it's about symbiotic relationships. So in the wild, hippos have very short arms, so they can't floss. Therefore, they get dental disease, what we would call periodontal disease. And they can lose their teeth. And then, of course, they can't eat. And there's no Aspen Dental to go to get dentures for hippos and so forth. So they need flossed. Little fish have to hide from predators. So when a predator comes into an area, all the little fish swim, the hippo opens his mouth, and all the little fish swim inside his mouth, having an arrangement with him that he will not eat them and swallow them, which he does not. He just holds them in his mouth. While the little fish are there, they feed on the stuff stuck between his teeth.
Right.
So the exchange is, you, the hippo, provide shelter and protection from this shark that is now swimming around in the area. In exchange, I can't provide shelter and protection to you from whatever predator you've got because I'm a little tiny fish. But all of us little tiny fish together, we can floss your teeth.
Right.
And you won't get dental disease. Now, is this a disproportionate exchange of value? Maybe, arguably, I guess, right? But so what? Right? So if I let Jay Abraham be on a diamond call and Jay interviews me on one of his calls, right now, I think it's fair to say, and Jay would not argue, that he has more to get from being on mine than I have from being on his. So should he give me 3 calls to my 1? Should we be in that kind of arm wrestling match? I don't believe so. I think I don't worry about him as a competitor, number 1. I consider it co-petition, not competition. And I don't worry about a scale that must balance every time some interaction occurs. The scales will balance fine overall. I care about my objectives. I'm not really worried about his objectives. The only time I would worry is if I considered him a disreputable, dishonorable person who is going to do harm to people under my stated or implied endorsement. But then I wouldn't do it at all, right? So you find this dynamic at work all the time. And the people who are a little bit of paranoia is necessary. A lot of paranoia is not. In the auto industry in the United States, 30 years ago, number one, no auto manufacturer wanted to let a dealer have 2 brands, especially if they were considered competing brands, and definitely not on the same campus. So if you were a Chevy dealer, Ford definitely did not want you. Kia did not want you, etc. Furthermore, the auto dealers didn't want to be on the same street. So this one was over here, this one was way the hell over there, this one was way the hell over there. This was all driven out of fear, scarcity mentality, competitive issues, and to some extent, ego. Gradually, the auto industry learned, top down and bottom up, this was all tactically stupid. Better, if there's a really successful dealer who really knows what he's doing, and he has proven that as a Chevy dealer, and I'm Toyota, I want him too. Right? I want the best guy I can get. If we're going to open a dealership in Dayton, Ohio, I want the best guy I can get. Who's the best guy I can get? He's the super successful Chevy dealer in Dayton, Ohio. Great. I want him selling my Hondas. Okay. Secondly, then, I'm okay with him doing it on the same campus. Because some people are going to like Chevys and not like Hondas, and some people are going to like Hondas and not like Chevys. Let's have them try both. And let's get both.
Absolutely. Then
they all figured out it's better if we're all on the same street. And so in almost every market area in America, you have the auto mile. And a ton of the dealers exactly.
Next to each other.
Yeah, because it's magnetic. It draws more people because they get to shop more effectively and efficiently, and everybody gets a whack at them. The other way, if you drag me all the way over there, you get a whack at me. But if I don't like your Honda, I may just go home and go to sleep. I'm not going to drive all the way over there. The hell with it. Okay? I'll keep this car for another 6 months. So the whole industry learned that co-petition was more useful than competition. Smaller brands learned that they could live in the shadow of bigger brands more effectively than they could live on their own. Fish floss hippos. Hippos protect fish. Right? So this whole thinking, it took 2 generations for this shift to take place in the auto industry. Right? in our industry. For years, speakers they each had their own promoter. They didn't even want to be on the same public seminar event. If it was a Zig Ziglar seminar, Zig wanted it to be all about Zig. And maybe a couple minor players nobody ever heard of after he left. Right? Everybody gradually figured out, wait a minute, these people have different constituency. These people have different audiences. Some are drawn by this, some are drawn by that, some are drawn by this. Let's put them all together, drag all their customers together, and everybody will benefit.
Sure.
Right? So those are the three ways that you can create leverage in your customer flow. And you really, you got to be using at least one of them. And most highly successful businesses are using
All three.
all three.
Let's talk about the front end and back end. And a lot of people, especially in the information marketing industry, in the information business, they try to sell one video course, okay? And they don't really think about upsells and cross-sell. Now, how long do you believe a business can live with just one product?
Not long. Look, there are exceptions. So first of all, that happened. That was a model that worked 30, 40 years ago. When I was coming up in this business, there were single product or near single product businesses. And the idea was just sell the hell out of that thing. Foreign language courses.
Right.
Berlitz, which no longer, I don't even think it exists. It's been bought by somebody. They had, you could learn to speak French, Spanish, Italian, like 5 languages, and that's it. That's what they sold. And they sold the hell out of it. Nightingale functioned for almost its first 10 years with nothing but 3 Earl Nightingale products. They branched out. First thing they branched out with a product called Psychology of Winning with Dennis Waitley. But those days are largely gone. So you almost never see it. In large part because the cost and difficulty of customer acquisition is so much higher. It's the perversity that while the internet took away a lot of capital-intensive barriers to entry, in doing so, it also massively increased competition, clutter, and chaos. And even if they're all incompetent, there's so many of them, and so many new ones today, tomorrow, and
Every
the next
day.
day, that your cost of acquisition is now actually higher. As you said, people discover it with Facebook.
Absolutely.
Oh,
It's crazy.
Facebook's going to be free. No, it ain't free. Google will be free. I'll just do organic. Lots of luck. Okay? And even that, there's a labor cost to it. A lot of people don't count
SEO,
that, but they
yeah.
should. Yeah. So for that reason, there's almost no companies surviving very long in our industry with a single product. Then, even if you could, it's stupid. Okay? It's just dumb. Because a buyer is a buyer is a buyer is a buyer. When you get somebody excited about X, whatever X is, losing weight, meeting women, meeting men, meeting the other genders, making money, investing, whatever you get somebody jazzed up about. For some period of time, they are going to want more than your course. They're not even going to be finished with your course.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to want more than your course. And they are going to buy more. So 20% of all buyers who buy in a subject matter category, whoever they buy from first, they now buy roughly a 5 times multiple of that within the next 30 days. If they're not buying it from you, they're buying it from somebody else. 5% buy a 20 times multiple over a 12-month period of time. If you aren't offering them ways to do that, they are going elsewhere. Now, they're going to go elsewhere with some of that spend no matter what you do. But they're going to go elsewhere with all of that spend if you don't do anything. So it's dumb because you're squandering these assets you acquired. So like I teach, a lot of people get a customer to make a sale. I've always made a sale to get a customer. The first sale is largely inconsequential to me. It's the acquisition of the customer that is important to me, because the 1 year, 3 year, 5 year lifetime customer values are going to be much more significant than whatever that first transaction is. And all the big enduring direct response marketers and direct to consumer publishers, that's the way they play their game. Agora, the biggest newsletter, financial and health newsletter company in America, is largely losing a lot of money to sell a $39 or $49 subscription, and then the game begins. They're in the customer acquisition business, the renewal business, and the extension business. They're not in the front end business. And so this is true of all the biggies. It's how Boardroom was built, which is another biggie, et cetera. So that's the second thing about it. One is it's increasingly necessary, or you won't be able to survive very long. Number two, it's dumb not to do it. 3, if you really want sustainable equity, and the problem with income only is income gets spent. I mean, you can't show me the dollar you made last week, but you could show me equity. So if you want sustainable equity in our business, the equity is not going to be in the intellectual property. If you doubt it, just pick any famous dead guru who has ever lived and go look at what all their stuff is worth a year after they died. It ain't worth much. It's shocking how fast it goes away. And even if there's active attempt, family involved, someone who acquired it towards the end, even with that, its value is next to nothing, let alone if there's no active thing going on. Okay? So if you want sustainable equity, the equity is only in sustained relationship with customers. That's where it is. It's not in the intellectual property. And it's not in our business in buildings or equipment or any of that. It's in the sustained relationship with customers. So that's the third thing about it that people ought to know, is if they don't just want to make money and next week need to figure out how to make money again. So the guys that really abuse customers, right, they sell information of questionable value.
Right.
They make outrageous claims. They can't, they're not the cleanest pencils in the box. They often get to boast of $10 million weekends. But if you look at them over a 3-year period, a 5-year period, a 7-year period, they have no longevity in their relationships with customers. And for every $10 million weekend they have to brag about, they have 12-month dry spells where they hardly made any money at all. Okay? Everybody leaves them. I have always been about what I call lifers. Who is going to stay with me forever? What does that person look like in the first place so I can go out and get more that match that profile? Right. Number one. And number two, what can I do to facilitate that? So you were just at the June event, right?
Yeah.
You were at my June event. So fewer than 10% of that room were first year be around Dan people. Over 50% of that room had 10 years, 20 years, and 30 years longevity. A significant number in that room with 20 and 25 years, give or take. I had them stand up at the start of the day. And so these people have continued to, I actually call them patrons. It's a throwback to early European language. Artists have patrons.
Right.
These people are my patrons. They keep coming back. They keep wanting to engage. And they are income at will on a list. Meaning, John Lennon always said, if we want a new swimming pool and a mansion to go with it, all I have to do is write that. He meant we have this waiting audience. We have radio stations waiting to play our next record, which will sell a shitload of records to the waiting audience. All I got to do is write a song and we go record it and we're in. Okay? So they owned income at will for a period of time. Income at will is a very nice thing to have.
Oh, yeah.
I paid for my whole divorce in 12 months because of it. We call it sending the bill to the herd. Okay? The sales letter is the invoice. I just incurred this mammoth expense. You're going to pay a portion of it. Here's the bill. I'll do X. I'll make X. I'll record X. And
So
here it is, right? And so that's where the equity is. The equity is in my lifers, my patrons, who I literally could decide to call on tomorrow. In order to take care of a bill, or let me go buy another horse, or whatever it is that I wanted to do. And I think it's important to understand where the real sustainable equity is in one's business. And it's definitely not in the intellectual property. And we get focused on the IP. We say we're in the information business. Information is actually one of the things we exchange with people for money. But that's not the business we're in. We're in a sustained relationship business.
all right, I believe this just about wraps it up for today. We're not both tired. I am
Oh, no,
tired.
I'm not tired.
Okay, you can go ahead all day. I can't, so this is going to continue next October. And thank you very much, Dan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.